Minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock. Today's date is Monday, March 24th, 2025. My name is Richard L. Higgard, District Court Judge. This is the time and place for continuation of a trial, 51-2022 CR 421, State of North Dakota versus Nichole Rice. Ms. Rice is present along with her counsel. The state is represented, and the jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, any issues before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, any issues before we bring in the jury?
We do just have two quick things, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, regarding issue number one of our witnesses, an expert, Mr. Coons, we've had some motion work on him. We would be requesting the court under Rule 615A3 to allow Mr. Coons to sit in on case agent Asham's testimony as a person whose presence shows to be essential to presenting a party's claim or defense. And there's also case law under Nesvig. I can give the court the site.
Do that?
Yep, it is 712 Northwest 2nd 299. The North Dakota site is 2006 ND 66.
The name again?
Nesvig v. Nesvig, Your Honor. And the pertinent paragraph is paragraph 20 in the opinion.
And Coons is your expert?
He's one of our experts today, Your Honor.
Okay, and he's one of your experts that you want to sit in on Sergeant Asham's testimony. That's what I understand you to ask, right? And he's an expert in what field?
Criminal investigation, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, your second item?
We had an expert come in. He's in town. There were some travel delays, so he wound up having to change his flight to go to Minneapolis. He drove up this morning. He got into the hotel around 6:30 in the morning, and we were wondering if we could set a time certain, I guess, once the state is done, for him to testify so we would know, so we get some sleep, and then we let him know, hey, you're going to be testifying at this time. And we can work through that during the day. I'm not sure if they're even going to wrap up today. We just wanted to make the court aware of that. I know that the state has had a little bit of issue with, I think it was Ms. Bieland got lost, and then they went to go find her. He's staying at the hotel down the 2 blocks down the street. We can have him ready within like 15 minutes, half-hour notice. We just wanted to let the court know about that.
Appreciate that, thank you. And again, the idea was to have somebody available this afternoon. Unlikely we'll get there, but just in case. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead and tell him to start sleeping. Okay. Those are the only two items?
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Sorgan, do you want to address those questions now, or would you like some time?
Well, Judge, the only thing I would like to address, obviously the rules state what the rules state. So with regards to experts being present, I am a little concerned, though. We're told about a second expert. We've not received a second expert notice from the defense.
Well, that would be an issue, wouldn't it?
Yes, it certainly would.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I can address that. We sent over an expert notice back in September of 2023 for Dr. Monty Miller. It's in the notice of registered action.
What's the name again?
Monty Miller. He actually testified during a motion hearing.
Your Honor, I would note that we have received information with regards to Dr. Miller. I wasn't aware that Dr. Miller was going to be on the defense's witness list.
Okay. All right. Anything else in Ms. Sorgan at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sand, I will address that in due course. Any other issues before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Ms. Sorgan, you're prepared for your next witness?
We are, Your Honor. That will be Mr. Nelson's witness.
Okay. How's your throat?
Better.
Good. Bring in the jury, please. Mr. Nelson, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State does, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, appears to be the same people we started with last week. Ms. Sorgan, you can call your first witness, please.
It would be me, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Nelson, my apologies. You
That's
told
quite
me
all
that.
right. The state's going to call Robin Thompson.
I'll have you come up here, ma'am. This young lady will swear you an oath.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Then come over here and have a seat in this chair. Once you've made yourself comfortable, we want you to adjust the mic so it's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on the base there. All right. You may proceed, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Robin Thompson,
And could you spell both your first and last name for us, please?
ROBYNTHOMPSON.
Okay. Now, where did you grow up, Ms. Thompson?
Velva, North Dakota,
Okay. What year did you graduate from Velva High School?
2006.
Okay. So you did in 2006.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know both Nichole and Anita?
Yes.
How did you know them?
We went to school. I was friends with both of them.
You were friends with both the defendant and the victim in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Did you keep that friendship going after college? Or, excuse me, after high school?
I would say directly after high school, I was a little closer with Anita, but Nichole was still considered a friend, yes.
Okay. Did you hang out with Anita
Yes.
after high school?
Yes.
What would you do?
We would go to Club 101.
All right. What was that?
It was an 18 and up club in downtown Minot, North Dakota.
Okay. What would you do there?
We would dance and hang out and just have fun.
Okay. And what would you do after going to Club 101?
We would either go back to Anita's apartment, or we had another mutual friend named Michelle. We would go to her house.
When you say Anita's apartment, was that the same apartment that she shared with the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. Was the defendant there when you were hanging out with her?
No.
Okay. Now, were you present for a get-together with a few other individuals that had gone to high school in Velva after the murder took place?
Yes.
Where did that get-together take place?
If I remember correctly, it was April Moulton's house.
Moulton being her last name at the time?
Yes, correct.
Okay. She's since married and has a different name.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall if the defendant was there?
Not right away.
What do you mean by that?
I think she came later, but she was not there initially when we first all met up.
So she came later on?
Correct.
Do you recall anything that came about after she got there?
She was just talking about going to the apartment with the police.
Okay. So she was just talking about walking through the apartment with law enforcement, that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall Anita's funeral?
It's a little hazy. It was an emotional time, but yes.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Nichole at or about that funeral?
Yes.
What was that conversation about?
It was later, a couple years later, but she was talking about a money mic, talking about the case at the funeral.
What do you mean exactly?
She implied that he was stating he had something
Objection,
to do
hearsay, Your Honor, double hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's statements from the defendant.
Well, then rephrase it, please.
What did the defendant say to you about this money mic?
that he was talking about. And
Objection, Your Honor, double hearsay. Money Mike is the one making the statements to the defendant to...
This question is specific to what Ms. Rice said,
Okay.
so you can answer the question. What did Ms. Rice say to you?
that Money Mike was talking about committing the crime at the funeral.
Okay. So she told you that she heard someone confess to the murder.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Nichole went to law enforcement with this information?
I do not.
Did you get together with Nichole at all after that point?
After the conversation about Money Mike,
Yes.
maybe a few more times.
Okay. Did anything of note take place in any of those get-togethers?
It was the same time we talked about Money Mike. We were getting ready in her room, and I noticed an item in her closet that belonged to Anita.
Do you remember what it was?
It was a stuffed toy.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, sir, and I know there's been microphone issues here. Can you hear me? No? Okay. Robin, how you doing this morning?
Good.
Good. So you said that you and Anita would go to Club 101 together?
Correct.
Do you recall on June 5th, 2007, giving an interview to police?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying you were looking for males when you went to Club 101?
No.
If I show you the report, might that help you? The transcript of your interview?
Sure.
June 5th. Robin, take a look through here. Here's the question from the officer. Do you recall that now?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall one incident at Club 101 where there was a guy that grabbed Anita and wouldn't let her go?
Yes.
And you guys tried to get away, but you couldn't, and you had to talk to the bouncers. He would not let her go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That you began to pull them away, but he was holding so close you couldn't do that.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you recall when that incident was?
Not exactly, but it would have been within a month's time of her murder.
Was it more than a week?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
That question was not asked.
It was
I
more
won't
than a
stop.
week, yes.
Stop, please. I'm the one that gets to say that. Not asked and answered. You can answer the question if you can, ma'am.
It was more than a week.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is this witness hereby subpoena Mr. Nelson?
She is, Your Honor. She can be released.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
State calls Connie Uland.
There we go. Ms. Uland, I'll have you come up here, please, ma'am. Swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Then go ahead and have a seat over here, ma'am. Watch your steps. Once you get comfortable there, make sure the microphone is aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on the base. Okay? Ms. Sorgan?
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name's Connie Uland,
And would you please spell your last name?
Ulland.
Connie, where do you live?
I live in Georgetown, Texas,
Where'd you live originally?
in Minot.
You had a brother, is that right?
Yes,
And what was your brother's name?
Marty Annell.
Is Marty your younger or older brother?
He's younger.
Now, you're aware that Marty died January 1st, 2009, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the circumstances of Marty's death?
He committed suicide in the garage.
Had you been close with your brother?
Well, we were 7 years apart, so he was always at family holidays or any get-togethers, and so you know, we were. He lived a different lifestyle than me.
Okay. Did you speak with each other frequently?
Yeah.
Did you have other family that lived near Minot around the time of Marty's death?
My mom,
Okay. And she lived near Minot?
she lived in Minot.
Okay. At the time Marty died?
No, she had moved to New Rockford at that time, so she was like the last remaining relative in Minot.
When did your mom move to New Rockford?
In March of 2008.
How far from Minot is New Rockford?
About 2 hours driving.
Where were you living at the time that Marty died?
I was living in Rochester, Minnesota.
And how far from Minot is that?
That is full day drive, 10, 12 hours.
And you said your mom was the last of the family that was living in Minot. Is that right?
Of the immediate family, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what was going on in Marty's life in 2009 or late 2008, early 2009?
I really didn't know a whole lot. The thing that I knew was that Laura and Marty were having relationship problems, and it kind of came out when we were planning Marty's funeral, because when Laura came to the funeral home, she had this guy with her, and they just said it was like for support. And so then when the funeral was, he came again with her to the funeral. And then I finally said to somebody, do you know who this guy is? And she says, that's her boyfriend or her new, whoever she's going out with. And so I'm like, oh, poor Marty. He's losing, if they separate, he's losing his home, his job, and his girlfriend.
Now, why would he be losing all three of those things if they separated?
Because they both worked at the apartment complex. So they lived in an apartment there. That was his job. He was the maintenance man. And he would be losing his companion.
How long had Marty and Laura been together?
About 10 years.
Did you know Vern Olson?
Yes.
And how'd you know Vern?
He lived in our neighborhood, and Marty and Vern were lifelong friends.
How long had Laura and Marty lived together?
I can't answer that.
They'd been together for 10 years, I think you said?
Yes.
Did they live together most of the time or only part of it?
I would say, I'd say half of it, maybe.
Okay. What were holidays like in your family?
They were fun. Family got together. We had a nice time. Marty loved to cook. And so he had this big, I don't know what you call it, that you could barbecue in and whatever. And if he had the chance to cook for everybody, he was happy.
Were holidays important to Marty?
Yeah, he was always there. He did a great job of buying gifts. That's what's amazed me, because it's like, man, I don't do that job like that. And he's just went out and got great gifts for everybody.
Did your family get together in 2008 for the holidays?
No, because we were all scattered. There was just, at that point then, my mom would have been in New Rockford. I was in Rochester, Minnesota, and I had one sister up in Dallas and one in Seattle. And then my other brother, too, my youngest brother, was up in Dallas at the time also.
Was Marty a hunter?
Yes.
Okay. What did he hunt?
I know he did bow with turkeys, and I think he did deer hunting. That's all that and he liked to fish.
What do you know about Marty and alcohol?
He used alcohol.
Could you be a little more specific?
He probably drank too much.
Is there a family history of that?
Yes, we have a family history of alcoholism, and then there's been other suicides in our family. It kind of seems like it runs in our family line on my dad's side.
So there's a family history of suicide as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you be a little more specific as to certain family members that have committed suicide?
The first one was in 2007. It was our niece, my sister Jeanette's child. She was bipolar, and she had tried several times, and then she was successful. So that was the first one. And then Marty was the second one. I think Marty just didn't know where to go, what to do, and it just was the final straw for him. So he committed suicide January 1st, 2009. And then my sister, she committed suicide. It was her daughter that committed the first suicide. And Jeanette was in such traumatic situation. She wasn't even functioning very well. She had a very, very good job, and she had to lose that, and she committed suicide too.
Now, the niece who committed suicide, what was her name?
Beth Bonagoski.
And what was Marty's relationship like with Beth?
He was an uncle, and when we see each other, he'd like to always joke around with the kids or tease them a little bit.
Would you say they were close?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever talk to Marty about Beth's suicide?
No.
How long before Marty committed suicide did Beth die?
Well, the first suicide with Beth was 2007, and then he was 2009. So 2 years apart, about, give or take. And then Danette was in 2011. So it's every odd year for those 3 year time periods.
Was Marty concerned about losing his job?
I would think so. I mean, he was losing his everything. His home, his girlfriend, and his place where he's living. He was losing everything.
Okay. Did Marty have any lines up for a new job?
I'm not aware.
I have nothing further, Connie. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination? Sorry, ma'am. Oh, ma'am, you're not done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying, Connie.
You're welcome.
And thank you for coming up here today.
No problem.
Now, you did an interview. I want to make sure I got the date right, but it was back in 2022 with Detective Carmen Asham and Kelly Sigler from Cold Justice. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I know it was a little bit ago, it was a couple of years ago, but do you remember the contents of that interview, what you guys talked about?
I didn't even know about this murder case, and so I was kind of shocked when I heard about it. And they just asked me about Marty. I just talked about things that, whatever she asked me, I can't remember all the specifics.
So you didn't even know about that there was a murder involved with Marty being there first person on the scene?
No.
He never talked to you about it?
I never talked to Marty a whole lot. Because we were just different lives, lived in different areas.
So you weren't that close?
No. I was going to nursing school at the time, and then so I spent my time studying so I could get done with college, because I graduated from Minot State University when I was 50. So I was like, go to college, get out. So I spent a lot of time studying. I kind of lost my social life.
I hear you. So you didn't talk to Marty very much?
Not very much.
Do you recall in that interview telling Detective Asham that he was in jail for doing some drug deal or something like that?
I remember that. He was quite young at the time.
Okay. And I'm not trying to drag your brother through the mud. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is your interview, and I want to make sure we got it right.
Okay.
So on direct, you had told the state's attorney about his alcoholism issues.
He was never diagnosed, but I would tend to lead with our family genetics that he would be considered an alcoholic.
And according to your conversation with Cold Justice and Detective Asham, he had some drug dealing issues.
Only when he was young.
Okay.
Another thing, too, about...
You know, if I could, I just want to make sure you're answering the questions.
Okay,
It's
that's fine.
not allowed to have you go on narrative, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Connie. Do you recall talking to Kelly Siegler at the end of the call from Cold Justice?
Yes.
Remember her asking if they could use you in their documentary they were doing?
Yes.
Now, you talked about Laverne Olson on direct as well.
Mm-hmm.
And there was some testimony earlier about Laverne and his conversations with Marty. Were you close with Laverne?
I just always knew he grew up in the neighborhood where we lived, and they were just friends from young on. And I think that was probably his best friend.
Okay.
And he confided a lot in Vern.
If he was going to tell somebody something, it was Vern, it sounds like. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he had something heavy on his heart, he was going to tell Vern.
I think so.
Okay. Thank you. I don't mean to discount your relationship with him, but you had said you guys weren't very close anymore.
No, not really.
He hadn't even told you that a girl was murdered in the apartment building you worked at. And he was
No.
the first on the scene.
No.
Safe to say you don't like Laura Knapp very much.
I liked her because she was a great companion for him until when I found out at the funeral that this guy was.
She doesn't sound very trustworthy to you, does she?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Objection.
Your objection is what, Ms. Sawyer?
Characterization.
Overruled.
Do you recall Kelly Siegler in the conversation?
Barely.
I'm sorry, I'm going to follow up. I'm going too slow for you. Do you recall her saying they were just calling you to try to clear your brother's name in this investigation?
Yes.
Yeah. She said, trying to call you to clear your brother's name. Is that right?
Is that what it says on the interview?
I can show it to you if that would help you a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is page 10 of the interview. This is the question. This is you. If you can just look at those two.
Okay, I read that. Yes, that.
Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to clear your brother out of this investigation.
Is that an answer, ma'am?
Yes.
Sorry. The mic's got to hear it. That's the important thing. Connie, that's all I got. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Oh, Connie, I just have some
Connie.
redirect.
Thank Thank you.
Sorry, I know you're really eager to get going.
You have a flight to catch? Sorry.
No.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
I do, Your Honor. Connie, Mr. Sand asked you about some drug deals when Marty was young, and you said, or at some point in time, you said that that was when he was real young, right?
Yeah, like probably late teens, early 20s.
How old was Marty when he died?
He was 46.
And then you also started saying something that you wanted to add, but you were cut off. What'd you want to add?
What was I saying right before that?
You had been talking about that he being engaged in drug deals when he was quite young, or drug deal when he was quite young.
Yeah, and I know he served some time in the Ward County Jail. And he never dealt in drugs. And I mean, it was a big lesson learned for him. And so he never repeated it.
Okay. And it was just that incident when he was from the drug thing. Is that when he went to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nothing since then?
No.
All right. You and your family always got along real well with Laura, didn't you?
Yeah, she called my mom, and she was nice. She was great in Marty's life.
Okay. Marty loved her very much, didn't he?
I think so. He did. I mean, they were just tight as you always saw them together.
Okay. So what would losing her have done to him?
I think it would have crushed him.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
Sorry, Connie. Yeah, just one thing. The state was just asking you about what you know about his drug past and him being in jail. You had said when you were testifying with me that you didn't keep in very close contact with Marty as he got older. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I was busy raising my kids and activities, and
So,
we're on different paths at our age.
right. So you knew about his drug dealing issues and drugs when he was younger, but as he got older, you don't know everything that was going on in his life. Isn't that fair
Oh,
to say?
no.
Okay, that's all I got, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Sorgan, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Is she here by subpoena?
Yes, she is.
Is she excused?
Yes, she is.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No objections.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Now you may come and go as you please. Your next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
State calls Brenda Glynns.
Have you come up here? She's going to swear you an oath, ma'am.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do.
I'll have you go over here to this chair. Please watch your steps. Once you're situated, make sure the mic is aimed at your chin, and make sure the light is on the base. Okay? Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Brenda Lou Glynns,
And would you please spell your last name?
Glinz.
Brenda, do you know the defendant, Nichole Rice?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She is my niece.
And how are you related to her specifically?
My brother Kevin is her father.
Okay. Now, Brenda, let's just get this out of the way. You're here pursuant to subpoena, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You don't really want to be here, do you?
Not at all.
This is very difficult for you, isn't it?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with your niece?
We were very close for many, many years. She was like a daughter to me.
Did she used to refer to you in a particular way?
Sometimes she would call me her other mama.
Brenda, you went to family events and things like that where Nichole was present, is that right?
That's correct.
So you were generally aware of what was going on in her life, is that right?
I was.
Did you go to her high school graduation?
I did.
And were you aware of what she did after high school?
Yes.
Okay, and what'd she do?
She went to college. She worked at Vanity. I believe it was either Vanity or Maurice's. One of those. And then she went worked at Care, I believe.
Okay. Are you familiar with the period of time around which Anita Knutson was murdered?
I am.
Okay. What happened with Nichole shortly after that murder? Where was she living?
She shortly after made a move to New Mexico.
How shortly after?
I would say 4 to 6 weeks.
And did there come a time that you went to New Mexico yourself in that time period?
I did.
Okay. Why'd you go to New Mexico?
My son was in the National High School Rodeo Finals in Farmington, New Mexico, and I traveled there.
How
in
did you
support
travel
of
to
him.
New Mexico?
I traveled with my ex-husband and my kids, my 4 children.
And was Nichole living in New Mexico at that time?
Yes, she was.
Did you see her while you were there?
Yes, I did.
And how did that come about?
Her and the man that she went there for, things did not go as planned for her. And she reached out to me when I was in New Mexico. And she came and stayed with me in my hotel.
Okay. Then what happened?
After the national finals was closed and over, I traveled back to North Dakota with Nichole in her car, moved her back home.
And who else was there anybody else in the car besides the two of you?
No,
Approximately how long was the trip from New Mexico back to North Dakota?
probably 2 days.
And during that time, the two of you talk?
Absolutely.
Did Nichole talk to you about Anita's murder during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what she told you?
She told me that there was a cut screen and the person, whoever did this, cut the screen and was hiding in her bedroom, waiting for Anita to come out of the shower to make the attack.
Okay. Did she tell you anything else?
She said that it was so horrible. She said to just see Anita lying there, but she looked so peaceful, covered up
Did she say
with a
anything?
robe, and said that there was a bowl of water in the bathroom sink, that whoever did this washed themselves up and washed the knife up.
Okay. I think I stepped over some of your words there. You said that she said that Anita looked peaceful lying there in her robe.
Yes.
Okay. Did she say anything else to you? During that trip?
She was very upset that her iPod was gone, that the person, whoever did this, stole her iPod. She said that Anita was raped and stabbed, and there was no, but it appears to be no struggle.
Okay. Now, Brenda, you said that Nichole moved to New Mexico about 4 to 6 weeks after Anita was killed.
Correct.
And she had been in New Mexico approximately how long by the time that you had come to New Mexico for the rodeo finals?
Probably a couple weeks.
She wasn't in New Mexico very long, was she?
No, she was not.
So this was just a few months after Anita's murder, is that correct?
It would have actually been in July that I was in New Mexico for the national finals.
Okay. So you were in New Mexico in July. All right. Was there ever any further conversation after you brought Nichole back, or you came back with Nichole from New Mexico, with regards to Anita's murder in general or Nichole's whereabouts that day in particular?
She said that she had no idea of anything, because she said that she was in Sykeston at her aunt's family gathering, and then she went to the 41 Club that night to work at her cousin's grand opening.
Did she tell you anything about where she went after the 41 Club?
She said she went home to get clothes,
And where did she say she went home to?
went to her apartment after the 41 Club.
The apartment
Closed.
in Minot.
The apartment in Minot.
And she told you this?
Yes, she did.
Was there ever any discussions with the family as a whole, with Nichole present, that you heard her saying things about the case?
The story has always changed. I
How so?
think throughout the whole 18 years of who it may be or where she was, or that they got the person, or that she was cleared and that she didn't have to worry about it because there's no DNA of her anywhere, and that she was cleared of the scene.
Do you remember how Nichole reacted with regards to Anita's death?
She was not the way that most people would react to somebody that was your friend if they died.
How so?
She referred to her more than once as a fucking cunt and a fucking bitch. And the only thing that she cared about was that they stole her iPod.
Did Nichole ever say anything to you specifically about Anita deserving to die?
Yes.
What did she say?
She deserved to die. She was a fucking cunt.
I have no more questions for Brenda.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Certainly do, sir. Brenda, you're Nicole's aunt,
I am.
and this is Nichole.
That is.
You recall doing some interviews with law enforcement as well as the Cold Justice Show.
I do.
Do you recall referring to Nicole's daughter Peyton as well?
I do.
Is that her in the courtroom over there?
Yes, it is.
So you remember talking to Detective Asham.
I do.
I'll just finish my question in a second here. You recall talking to Detective Asham in 2022?
I do.
Do you remember telling her you have memory loss?
Yes, it had been a long time. 2022 from 2007.
Like a physical issue that led to memory loss?
I've been diagnosed with autoimmune. And yes, memory loss can be part of it. But at that time,
That's all I need right there. I appreciate it. If I showed you a report, might that help you a little bit to remember what you said?
sure.
Okay. This is page 13 of your report. You can just kind of read down about halfway down the page.
I guess I'd like clarification, Mr. Sand. Is this a report or an interview?
It's a transcript of an interview between
Thank you.
Detective Asham and Ms. Glentz. Did you make it through that section?
I did. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Now, do you recall saying you had some health issues and you have some memory loss?
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever had struggles with prescription drug abuse?
no, I have not.
Have you ever been to rehab for it?
I've been to rehab to help me through a seizure activity after breaking my back in 3 places.
Did you use any painkillers after that?
That is when they sent me to a rehab facility because I was having seizure activity.
Thank you. Did you meet with the state's attorney at all prior to giving this testimony?
I did.
When did you do that?
Last night.
Last night?
Yes.
Where do you live right now?
I have a home in Arizona and a home in Botno, North Dakota.
Did you come from Botno or Arizona?
Arizona.
And you met last night with the state's attorney's office, go over your testimony?
I did.
Have you been texting with anyone in the Thomas family over the last couple of weeks?
I have.
Who's that?
My family.
Nichole?
I text her, yes.
Have you texted her in the last few weeks?
I did.
Have you texted Gay, Nicole's mom?
I have.
Do you recall those texts?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall saying that things were taken out of text, which I assume is context, and used and stated in ways that were not actually said?
Throughout the years.
Okay. You recall saying it breaks my heart?
This.
Just asking you if you recall saying it breaks my heart.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware in these interviews you've had with Detective Asham, you didn't say anything about Nichole saying Anita deserved to die? This is the first time we're hearing that. Are you aware of that?
Nichole did say Anita
You
deserved
have
to
memory
die.
loss, correct? That's what you told the detective?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Do you know there's nothing in your interview with Detective Asham and Cold Justice about Nichole saying, or you saying that Nichole said Anita was lying peacefully in her bathrobe, that you never said that in your interview? Do you know that?
I do not recall.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall saying in a text message that there were so many words and statements took out of context, and that's not even what I said, and it was misconstrued?
Was that a question?
Yeah, what if she remembers
Is that an answer?
Could you repeat that, please?
Do you recall on a text message over the last few weeks saying the statements were took out of context and not even what I said as what I said in a sentence to finish out what I said, misconstrued, exclamation point?
To a certain statement.
Okay. So as this trial's been approaching, you've been texting Nichole and other people in her family these things.
It's been a while
How long?
before the hearing ever started. Probably 2 weeks before.
Last time you texted him was 2 weeks before this?
I recall. I could be off on my date,
You
but
could be off on your date.
possible.
And
She is
you
my
were-
niece, and it is my brother,
What does that have to do with the dates?
because they are my family. And this whole thing
Yeah.
has not only destroyed Knutson's, Nichole's life, my entire family, and the community. And this needs justice.
Okay.
It's time for the truth to be told.
Okay. Good. When's the last time you sent text messages to Nichole's family?
When my brother called me to tell me that you're going to be calling me to record me.
Did I call you to record you?
No, you did not.
Okay. And then so after that, you texted Nichole and you texted Nichole's mom.
Actually, not before that. I actually texted them before my brother called me and told me that.
Okay. But you didn't get a call from me.
Just to tell
You
them
and
I
have
love
never spoken
them.
Before, have we? This is the first time, right?
I've never spoke to you.
You said you live in Bottineau?
I do.
How far is Bottineau from Velva?
90 miles.
And then you live in Arizona as well. Where in Arizona?
Yes, Mesa.
Okay. How long have you lived in Bottineau?
Coming on 22 years.
So you've lived in Bottineau since about 2003?
Yes.
Do we have another question, Mr. Sand?
I know I'm taking a minute here, Your Honor. I'll know within about 10 seconds. That's all I have, Brenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
I do, Your Honor, thank you. Brenda, I'm going to take Mr. Sand's questions in order to address those, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, you were asked about memory issues, and you testified that you'd been diagnosed with an autoimmune disease that can involve some memory loss, and then you started to say, but at the time, but then you were cut off. What do you mean?
It has been 5 years since I've been diagnosed with autoimmune. So when I was questioned back in 2007, 2008, I had a very clear memory, as well as I would say in 2022.
Okay. And then Mr. Sand intimated that you were in rehab for prescription drug abuse. Is that accurate?
No,
What were you in a rehab facility for?
I broke my back in 3 places. They put me on prescription pain medication. And when it was time to come off the prescription pain medication, my doctor, surgeon, was in Bismarck, North Dakota. I was in Botno, which is 3 hours. And when they started slowly taking me off of the pain medication, I would go into seizure activity. And this continued, and thankfully my husband is a pilot. He was able to get me to the Bismarck facility in time for them to be able to take care of me.
Okay. So you weren't abusing medications?
No.
All right. Mr. Sand asked you about text messages with the family, specifically that you had talked about, this breaks your heart.
Absolutely.
Why is this breaking your heart?
She's my niece. I love her.
Now, you had also been asked about text messages and things being taken out of context. You said that a certain statement had been taken out of context. What statement?
The statement about Gay teaching her to lie. As a young child.
All right. Now, you were also asked very specifically about certain statements not being in your interview in 2022 with Sergeant Asham. Was Sergeant Asham the only person who interviewed you?
No.
Okay. Do you recall some of the other officers who interviewed you?
Officer Goodman, Officer Max Meiser.
Meixner?
Yes, Meixner. Excuse me.
Do you specifically remember your interview with Agent Meixner?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Where did that occur?
At my house.
Brenda, have you ever given false information to the police?
No, I have not.
Now, while Mr. Sand was questioning you, it was very clear you're becoming very upset. Fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And why is that?
Because my family has been torn completely apart over this. And truthfully, to believe that our family will never be a whole again because of this. And that breaks my heart because my family has been everything to me.
And you also said during your cross-examination that you believe this needs justice.
Absolutely.
Okay. Why?
Anita deserves to rest in peace. Her family, they deserve answers, each and every one of them. And they deserve to know the truth so that they can let their loved one go in peace.
Brenda, do you take the oath to tell the truth very seriously?
I do.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Sand, Recross?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
All right. Is she here by subpoena, Ms.
She
Bergen?
is, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, she is.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may come and go as you please.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Mark Glynns.
You come right up here. This lady's going to swear you an oath, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And I'll have you take a seat over here at this chair. Once you're situated there, make sure the microphone is aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Mark Glynns.
And we've got the spelling is Glinz,
That's correct.
same as your wife, right?
Correct.
And Brenda is your wife, is that right?
Yes.
You're acquainted with the defendant, Nichole Rice, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
She's my wife's niece.
How long have you known Nichole?
It's quite a while.
How long have you and Brenda been married?
We got married July 5th, 2003.
Mark, do you recall a time that Brenda went to the National High School Rodeo finals, championship, nationals, something like that?
Yes, she went to New Mexico.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact title of what it was. Do you remember when that was?
July, August, somewhere in there.
Okay, of what year?
That I don't remember.
And do you recall how she came back from that trip?
She rode back with Nichole.
So this would have been after Nichole moved to New Mexico, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you weren't along on that trip as well, is that right?
I stayed back home. I was working yet. And Brenda went down with her kids to the rodeo.
Okay. Following the return trip back from New Mexico, was there a time when the family was together and you were in the presence of Nichole?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what occurred at that occasion?
Pardon me?
Do you recall what occurred then?
I think we were at a birthday party
Okay. Birthday party for who?
for Leo,
And who is Leo?
Brenda's dad.
So this would be Nicole's grandfather, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And do you know when his birthday is?
I did know it, but I forgot it.
Does September sound right?
That sounds right.
And what happened at that birthday party?
We were just in the garage socializing, and just seemed like Nichole was a little disengaged.
Did anybody try to engage her in conversation?
One of the kids did, and I know that she said everything was great and fine and there's no problems.
Did Nichole say anything about Anita at that point?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. If I showed you some notes from a statement. Would that refresh your recollection?
Probably would.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, may I ask what kind of statement this is? It's not a transcript. An interview of who?
Get your answer.
I'm still not familiar with what it is. It doesn't seem to be a report or a transcript. It's handwritten notes. I'd like to approach, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sorgan. Mr. Sand, do you have an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Just read that to yourself, Mark, and then when you're done reading it, just hand it back to me. Mark, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall if Nichole stated anything with regards to Anita at that gathering?
Yeah, she stated to the kids that she didn't like Anita anyway.
Mark, do you have any recollection with regards to issues involving an iPod and Nichole?
I know that it was mentioned that her iPod got stolen.
And was that news to you?
At the time it was.
Okay. And why did that strike you at the time?
It seemed like that was the only thing she was concerned about.
Do you recall any other statements that Nichole made with regards to Anita's murder?
She said that the screen was cut on the house window or the apartment.
Anything else you can recall?
That there was a bowl in the sink.
Okay. And is there anything else that sticks out in your memory with regards to Nichole discussing Anita's death?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see Nichole shortly after Anita's death on June 5th? Or sorry, June 4th? Or after?
Objection leading
I'm
it
so
up.
sorry. I'm trying to orient as to time.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you. Mark, I'm going to draw your attention to shortly after the time that Anita's body was discovered, June 4th. Do you have any recollection of seeing Nichole on or around that time?
I don't know if I got the timeline right, but I believe it was before that.
Okay. And what do you recall?
I believe it was that Sunday. My wife was at Velva at the farm with her kids. And then I went down to the Scenic station in Velva to pick her up. And so I waited there, and the parking lot, I pulled into the parking lot and parked looking south at the cement wall, and I said, I'm not going to do that while I'm waiting here. So I backed up, turned around, and I backed in the parking lot so I could look north and see the traffic and just everything that was going on. And I remember that as I was waiting there, and I don't remember the time exactly, but I seen Nichole and Gay come in. They went into Senex and grabbed some supplies or some drinks. And then they were in a hurry. They had something going on. So they got back in the car, and there was a semi. Now I remember there was a semi pulling out of the west approach. And they wanted to get by them. So she pulled up on the grass to get by them, and she couldn't make the ditch bank. So she backed up and drove out the east approach towards away from Minot. So that was the first time I seen him, and it wasn't 30 seconds, maybe a minute later, I seen him going back into Minot. Didn't think nothing of it. And then it was probably another minute or 2 minutes, and they were going back the other way. And that's when I seen Nichole in the car, kick back in the seat, and that's the last I seen of him. And I thought I seen him 3 times within 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Now, Mark, you're here under subpoena, is that right?
That's correct.
What has this whole situation done to your family?
It separated us.
How so?
Just with everything going on between the family and Brenda and her brother, and just this whole situation.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Now, Mark, you came up from Arizona to be here today?
I did.
Mesa?
Mesa.
When'd you guys fly in?
We flew in Sunday night.
Okay. Did you meet with the state's attorney prior to testifying today?
Yes.
When was that?
I just need to refresh my memory.
No, when was that? I'm sorry.
Oh, that was last night.
Okay. Where'd you guys meet?
Just at our hotel.
At the hotel?
Yes.
Here in Grand Forks?
Yes.
Now, I suppose you recall doing an interview with Detective Asham and the Cold Justice people. Do you recall that?
It was a phone conversation, yes.
Yeah, back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall discussing the Senex conversation you just had with Ms. Sorgan, the state's attorney? I have the transcript here.
Yeah, I'd have to see it.
Sure. Specifically, do you you recall saying you didn't know if it was Gay's car or Nicole's car?
I didn't remember at the time.
At the time of the interview, you didn't remember whose car it was?
No.
But you remember the exact amount of times you saw the car, right?
Yes, I do.
And this was all in Velva, right?
Yes, all at the
Because
farm.
you said going back to Minot, you're talking about directions on the highway. Is that
Yes, correct.
right? You don't actually think they went to Minot and back in the couple minutes you saw them?
No,
How
definitely
far
not.
is Velva from Minot?
It's half an hour.
Okay.
20 minutes, half hour, depends on how fast you
So
drive.
you saw Gay and you saw Nicole at Cenex.
Yes,
Is Cenex the C-store in Velva?
yes,
That's where you get your stuff.
yes,
And you saw them 3 times in 5 or 6 minutes around the Cenex.
yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying that this was around Thanksgiving? You talked to him.
Yeah, I had my dates mixed up.
You're saying now it was a Sunday in June.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that November in North Dakota is a lot different than June?
yes.
And obviously, we just had your wife on the stand here. It sounds like you guys live in Bottineau. That's a full-time spot?
Yes,
Okay. And then Mesa's your winter spot?
yes.
Okay. When do you guys go to Mesa?
All depends when we get done harvesting.
Okay.
A farmer.
Yep. When do you get back from Mesa?
I usually come back April 1st, and she stays till the middle of May,
Okay.
or first week in May.
Now, when the state was asking you about this birthday party for Leo, you couldn't remember anything significant, correct? Until they came up and showed you some notes?
Until I was refresh my memory.
Okay. Were those your notes?
They were sergeant's notes or somebody's notes that we talked to.
Okay. Now, you also talked about some things with Nichole regarding like the screen at the apartment and everything.
Yes,
Anita's death was a pretty significant moment in your family's life, wouldn't you say that?
yes,
Were there conversations about it between you and Brenda, between you and other people, between Nichole and you guys?
Brenda and I talked about it. Yes,
Obviously, Nichole and you guys talked about it.
yes.
Is that the only thing you guys ever talked about, was the screen? Or were there conversations? It sounds like it was coming up all the time, isn't that true? You're at a birthday party, it's coming up, isn't that true?
Yes, it was occasionally.
Okay. I mean, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's correct that you said it came up with the kids at the birthday party for Leo, correct?
Yes, the kids asked him how she was doing.
So this is a topic of conversation.
Yes,
And it's true that on the questions the state's asking you, they're just pulling out little chunks they want to know. Some about an iPod, some about a screen. Right?
Objection,
What's the objection?
characterization.
Overruled.
Some about an iPod, some about a screen, just little things they're asking about.
yes,
But these were conversations that your family had over the years. I mean, you're testifying they're being talked about at birthday parties, correct?
yes,
And that birthday party, I know you couldn't remember, but I think the state so kindly helped you recall it was in September, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. But they're just asking you bits and pieces of little parts of questions, correct?
Yes,
Now, you had testified earlier about Nichole being in New Mexico, right?
yes,
Your wife testified in here before. You're aware she was down there with a boyfriend, correct?
Nichole, yeah, she followed a
That's all
guy.
I'm really asking, sir.
Yes.
I'm doing this to everybody. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah.
I just needed.
Yeah,
Want to make sure I get the questions answered that I ask.
Please let him answer it, though.
I will, sir. I'll let you expand. I'm sorry to cut you off. The judge wants me to let you expand.
Just, she went down there with a boyfriend, and
With the
And-
boyfriend?
she went down, there was a guy down there that she went down to see,
Okay.
and it didn't turn out, so she came back home.
So she went down there for a guy in New Mexico.
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't a guy from North Dakota she went down there with?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Mark. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sorgan,
Yes, just briefly.
redirect.
Mark, you were just asked about Nichole going to New Mexico to be with a boyfriend. Do you recall approximately how long she was gone to New Mexico?
I don't recall, but it wasn't very long.
In fact, you testified that Brenda went to the rodeo in July, right?
Yeah, she went down, yes, in July.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what city and state was Nichole living in early June of 2007?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if she was living in the apartment in Minot?
Objection, Your Honor. She's leading them.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, Mark, you had testified as well on cross. You were asked about that you kind of mixed up your dates a little bit about seeing Nichole and Gay at the Cenex, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in a 2022 interview, is that right?
That's correct.
You'd given other interviews to law enforcement in the past, hadn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many times you had talked to law enforcement previously?
I don't remember.
And at the time that you spoke with law enforcement originally about the incident where you saw her at the Cenex, was that closer in time to the incident or further in time to 2022?
You want to restate that?
Yeah, that was a bad question. Okay. So at the time that you first spoke with law enforcement about having seen Nichole and Gay at the Cenex, how long after that incident would you say that was that you spoke with law enforcement?
I'd say it'd been a week, within a week to 2 weeks.
So it's pretty close in time.
Yes.
I have no more questions.
Mr. Sand, any last recross?
No, we've talked to Mr. Glenns as much as we need. Thank you, sir.
All right. Is he here by subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
He is, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Sand, any objection?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may come and go as you please. Watch your steps. Ms. Sorgan, you had 4 witnesses for this morning in addition to Sergeant, so do you have one more?
Sergeant Asham is our last witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then we're going to take a break. It's 10 o'clock. Be in recess for 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've all just been anticipating me saying this to you again. Had a whole weekend. Okay, Colette. North Central Judicial District is again back on the record. The time is 18 minutes after 10 o'clock. We're still on Monday, March 24th, 2025. We are in day 5 of the trial, day 6 if you include the first day of jury selection. The parties are present along with counsel. We took a short break between witnesses. The jury is not present. The plan was to call them back in for I believe the state has their last witness, Sergeant Asham. But prior to that, the defense has made a motion under Rule 615 of the North Dakota Rules of Evidence to allow their expert, someone by the name of Coons, to be present during Sergeant Asham's testimony. There was originally at the beginning of the trial a sequestration order given by the court, so people who have not testified are not allowed to be in here prior to their testimony, be in the courtroom prior to their testimony, so it doesn't influence, previous testimony doesn't influence their testimony. There is an exception to that under Rule 615, based on the defendant, in this case, making a presentation to the court that it's essential that their expert be present during the testimony of the state's witness, the case agent in this case. Ms. Sorgan, do you have any objection to their request?
The rule says what the rule says, Your Honor. No.
All right. Again, I think I am required, however, Mr. Sand, to have you put on for the record the reason why why it is essential to your claim or your defense that this party be present.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Coons has been hired as a criminal investigation expert by the defense. He's gone through the entire record. He will be, Ms. Rice has the right to present the defense. He's essential to the defense because he is going to testify regarding law enforcement's investigation in this case. Pretty much, he's gone through the entire discovery packet as far as the criminal investigation of Ms. Rice goes, and it's our anticipation that Case Agent Asham is going to be testifying to exactly that.
All right. Thank you. What I would also, for the record, just make clear is Rule 615, North Dakota Rules of Evidence, has been changed as of March 1st of this year. I believe there was legislature that changed it, or somebody changed it, and then it was adopted and is in place as of March 1st. The court reviewed actually the old rule and the new rule. The portion that you're citing earlier, Mr. Sand, A3, that is almost exactly word for word as it was in the old rule, so that has not changed in a sense. And the court does at this time find that you are making the case that this witness is essential to be in the courtroom during Sergeant Asham's testimony. The court will grant your request. And again, can you spell the witness's name again?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to make sure I got it right here. Name is James, James. Middle name Douglas, Douglas. Last name Coons, Kouns.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Witness Coons will be allowed to be in here during Sergeant Asham's testimony. Anything else with regard to that motion then, Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor. Just for the record, Mr. Coons is now entered the courtroom.
Okay. Ms. Sorgan, anything else with regard to that motion?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then. Granted. Anything else then before I bring the jury back in, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else before I bring the jury in?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring in the jury, please. No, my fault. I gave you 15 minutes and then I took it back. See? All right, Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mrs. Sorgan, please call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Carmen Asham.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may proceed, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Carmen Asham,
And please spell your first and last name.
Carmenasham.
You are the state's case agent in this matter, is that correct?
Correct.
Where are you employed?
City of Minot Police Department.
In what capacity?
Currently, I'm a sergeant in the Investigations Division
How long have you held the rank of sergeant?
since June of 2023.
And prior to that, what was your rank?
Master Officer.
You said your current assignment is investigations, is that right?
Correct.
How long have you been in investigations?
This time since the end of January 2025.
And prior to that, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol sergeant
And how long were you a patrol sergeant?
from the fall of 2023 to January 2025.
And where were you prior to patrol?
Prior to that patrol sergeant position, I was in investigations as a detective.
And how long had you been in investigations at that point?
That time I was in investigations for 5 years, from 2018 to 2023.
Now, it sounds like a lot of bouncing around. Can you explain why you went from investigations to patrol back to investigations?
So in our department, we are limited to certain number of ranking officers in specific divisions. So in particular, in investigations, we only have 2 sergeant positions. So there can only be 2 sergeants assigned to investigations at any time.
Okay. So when you attained the rank of sergeant, you had to transfer out
Correct.
because the spots had already been filled. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so it's come to the time that you have now transferred back to investigations.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell us about your training and experience?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from Minot State University, and then law enforcement specific. I have over 1,800 hours of peace officer standards training through the state of North Dakota. Over 300 of those hours are specific to evidence and crime scene collection, or crime scene investigation, excuse me.
Okay. Do you have any affiliation with the Crime Scene Recovery Unit with Minot PD?
Yes, we have a crime scene response unit with the Minot Police Department. I've been a member of that team since 2013, and I've been the commander of the crime scene response unit since 2016.
What kind of cases do you usually investigate?
Any type of case. We don't really have specific assignments in our division, so I can investigate anything from a sexual assault to, fraud, theft, homicide.
Approximately how many homicides have you investigated during your career?
I've been the lead detective on, I believe, 3 homicides, and then I've been involved in anywhere to 5 to 8 additional that I've been involved in as the crime scene unit.
Okay. You were assigned as an investigator on this case, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When did you receive that assignment?
The first assignment was in 2019 in the fall. Detective Talbot and I were tasked with familiarizing ourselves with the case.
And what did familiarizing yourselves with the case entail?
So we were able to, at that time, take a break from our regular caseload so we could concentrate on this case because there is such a vast array of documents and evidence to review for this case. So what we did was we read through as much as we could. We spent some time trying to make sure we knew where all of the evidence was located. We learned that some of the evidence was still being stored down at the State Crime Lab in Bismarck, so we made arrangements to get that transferred back to the Minot Police Department. And then we worked with our evidence tech to go through and make sure all of the evidence was properly logged into our computer system because at the time, you could imagine in 2007, 2008, there really wasn't much digital happening as far as the case went. So everything was analog. So we had to make sure that in the interim over the years that that evidence had properly been documented into our computer system.
And what did you find when you went to do making sure that everything was logged properly into evidence?
It was a challenge. There was a lot of stuff that we couldn't find. We went through and noticed we had several reports from BCI, for example, but we had no corresponding audio for any of those reports if they did interviews for us. So we had to try and track down as much of it as we could.
Okay. Approximately how many pages of documents did you go through?
I couldn't even say. There was thousands of pages.
Okay. How many hours approximately of audio and video recordings?
Hundreds of hours.
Photographs?
Yes. There were, I don't even know, 100 or so maybe.
Okay. Now, Detective, when you go through an investigation, you review the evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to kind of draw your attention to certain pieces of evidence in this case and then discuss these. We've heard testimony that Anita was stabbed and that a knife was recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is the knife in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the knife?
I would describe it as a cheap folding knife, something that is common for a lot of people to carry. It had a embossed design on the handle on both sides.
During your course of your investigation, were you able to determine how common of a knife this was?
So we had done some research and reviewed. It was, I mean, a quick Google search and you could find it was easy to come across online. It sounded like it was kind of a novelty knife that would have been possibly sold in gas stations or maybe flea markets, that type of thing. We also found that there were a wide variety of styles of the knife from the same manufacturer.
Okay. And were you able to determine if there's anything really special of this knife or if this was a good quality knife?
No, it wasn't particularly expensive or unique in any way.
And to be clear, when I say the knife is in evidence, it's being housed at Minot PD, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And where in Minot PD is it being housed?
Our evidence storage is in it's a secured fenced-in area, I guess, in our garage bay, that it's fully secured and only accessible by the evidence clerk.
Okay. Is it monitored by cameras and?
Yes.
Okay. We've also heard some testimony about the screen During the course of your investigation, what did you learn about where the screen was originally on the morning of June 4th, 2007?
We learned that Marty Annell, in his statements, he had said specifically.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we've heard numerous testimony about this already.
Yeah, I'm going to give a little leeway here, Mr. Sand,
Okay.
so your objection's overruled. Try to keep it tight, Ms. Sorgan.
Yes, Your Honor.
He stated that the screen was recovered out of the window of the apartment.
Now, Sergeant Ashton, you're familiar with the crime scene video for this, of the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've watched that?
Yes.
You were in court when that was viewed as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also familiar with the crime scene photographs, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe the condition of Anita's bedroom, particularly with regards to the area around the window?
Yeah. It was a particularly small room. I mean, the apartment itself was pretty small. Her bedroom was maybe 9 feet by 10 feet, approximately. She had her single bed in the corner, which was in the southwest corner of the room. The end of the bed came up right up to the edge of the window in question. And then you could see in the photographs from the crime scene that at the foot of the bed, underneath the window, there was a lot of items piled up there. There was a couple of fabric bins, you know, those square bins that you store things in, that were there. There was, you know, maybe a laundry basket. There was just several things there. And then on top of all of that, there was a open package of plasticware, forks, knives, that sort of stuff that was just kind of precariously perched on top of one of the fabric bins. So all of this stuff was just on the floor at the foot of the bed, right underneath the window.
Okay. And how would you describe it in its position on the floor?
It was kind of a jumbled mess. You could see clearly defined things like the bins, like I said, and the plasticware. But then there was just other things just strewn about there.
Okay. Did it appear to you to have been stacked, or was it just kind of tossed there?
A lot of the things were just stacked on top of one another.
Okay. Now, you also examined photographs of the windowsill, is that right?
Yes.
Please describe the condition of the windowsill.
The windowsill was unremarkable. There was no tool marks, no damage noted. There was no, there was dust in the window. There was cobwebs around it. Pretty unremarkable.
Okay. Dust and cobwebs, particularly where?
Outside of the window on where the siding was.
Now, Detective, you also had an opportunity to review the video of the reenactment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to see the damage to the screen that was caused in the on the test screen in that video?
No.
Okay. How would you compare the screen from the test video with the actual screen that we saw in the photographs that were provided?
Your Honor, my understanding, she just said no, and I don't understand the follow-up question.
Ms. Sorgan.
I'm going to back up a little bit then. Reestablish there. Okay. Sergeant Asham, you were able to observe the screen in that video, correct?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to see the condition of it from that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you then compare the condition of that screen to what you saw in the photographs of the screen that was actually provided by Marty Annell?
Yes.
Okay. How do the two compare?
The actual screen from the crime scene was more damaged than the screen from the reenactment video.
Okay. And what did that tell you?
That, to me, the damage was most likely not from the same activity that was portrayed in the reenactment video.
Okay. And you saw Sergeant Thompson trying to get in and out of that window, correctly?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe his actions in getting in and out of that window?
Clumsy.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the actual screen?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of the cut to that screen?
The understanding to me, and as it was described, is the cut was the shape of a backwards L if you were standing outside the window looking in.
Okay. What, if anything, was in that cut?
Reports from the state lab after that was sent to them indicated that Anita's blood was found in the cut of that screen.
What does that indicate to you?
To me, that tells me that that cut was made after the stabbing.
Okay. And what does that tell you about the point of entry?
That was not the point of entry to the apartment.
What did your investigation determine was the point of entry?
The door, the front door.
And you were present for Laura Knapp's testimony with regards to the keys, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the type of lock that was?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, were you able to determine who had keys to that apartment?
Yes.
Who?
Anita had a key, Nichole had a key, Laura Knapp had a key, and Marty and Al had a key.
And were Laura and Marty's keys accounted for, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they were, yes.
Okay. How about Anita's keys?
Yes, they were in her purse.
Okay. Is there some indication of what happened with Anita's keys?
Yeah, on the evidence log, the purse was collected as evidence, and then in the chain of custody, it notates that approximately a week to 10 days after the crime, the keys were returned to Gordon Knutson by Detective Barnard.
Did you do some investigation with regards to whether or not it was possible for someone to have duplicated the key?
Yes.
And what did you learn through the course of that investigation?
So we're probably all familiar now that kiosks exist where you can take a key and get your own copy made. So I was curious if that was a possibility in 2007. And I learned that it was not, that those machines were not patented until 2007, and they didn't have a nationwide rollout of the machines until 2010.
Sergeant Asham, in your review of the case, were you able to determine if there were any indications of a robbery?
There were not.
Okay. In fact, Sergeant, you were present for Sergeant Goodman's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. His indication there didn't seem to have been some kind of a struggle?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Sergeant Asham, were you able to determine if there had been any indications of a sexual assault?
According to the autopsy report, no, there was no indication of sexual assault.
Now, a lot of what you poured over in review was reports of past officers, is that right?
Correct.
Do you know approximately how many people they interviewed?
Hundreds of people were interviewed.
What other investigative tools did officers use?
In addition to the interviews they did, they took DNA samples from many of the people.
Okay. Approximately how many people did they take DNA samples from?
Around 60. I know it was over 50.
And do you know if the crime scene was dusted for fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. So particularly in what areas?
From the photos, I saw that the window, around the window, was dusted for fingerprints.
Were there any usable prints to your knowledge?
There were not.
Okay. Now, Sergeant, as part of this investigation as well, you also reviewed Anita's phone records, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was mostly from an analysis of her phone, is that right?
Correct. We had her actual phone, which was recovered at the scene, and there were photographs taken of text messages, incoming, outgoing, phone logs, and then we also had copies of phone bills, which at the time actually also listed call logs.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Me up, Ms. Hosland? You got me? Okay, great. Sergeant, I need to refer to my notes so that I make sure that I've got the right information here. Okay. Sergeant, showing you what's been received into evidence as States Exhibits 11A and 11B. What are these?
These are photos taken from Anita's phone of her text messages.
Okay. And going through her phone, what were you able to determine was the last text message that she sent?
That would be this one marked 11A, where she sent a text message that said, I didn't know what to say to it.
And do you know what time that was sent?
That was sent at, I believe it was 4:49 a.m. or about that time on Sunday, June 3rd.
Okay. What is 11B?
11B is a message that she received that was received at 4:53 a.m. That in her phone it showed as unread, and it's a message that just said, you don't say anything.
Okay. Had all of her prior text messages been read before that point?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the first unread message?
Yes.
How would you describe Anita's text activity in the early morning hours of June 3rd, 2007?
It was consistent. There were no gaps. It seemed to be on par with other days of text messages that were on there. It was a consistent conversation she was having until up to that point.
Okay. Sergeant, did you also analyze or look at Anita's phone activity, her actual verbal communications on the phone?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I saw that she had a phone conversation that lasted 10 or 11 minutes, just a little bit before 2 a.m. on Sunday, June 3rd.
Okay. And did you contact the person with whom that phone call occurred?
I did have contact with that person, and he had also been interviewed previously in 2007.
Okay. And what did you learn from police making contact with that person?
So that individual was Ryan Ackland, who was her California boyfriend that her family had testified about earlier, and he had confirmed that he had spoken with her.
Did you learn whether or not he recognized her voice?
Yeah, it appeared to be.
Okay. Now, we've also heard testimony that Minot PD involved the FBI. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you were familiar with that?
Initially, the only information I had regarding any FBI involvement, there was a VICAP report attached to the case, which is an FBI division, the Violent Criminal Apprehension. But then in, I think it was August of 2022, a local FBI agent reached out to me to let me know that Mr. Becker, who had been Ms. Rice's attorney at that time, had reached out to them looking for some possible reports from the FBI involving the BAU, or the Behavioral Analysis Unit. He said they didn't have any BAU reports, but they did have some FBI reports, and I asked if he would please send those to me because we did not have them as part of the case file.
Okay. And so what did you learn from receiving those reports?
From those reports, it really was mostly they had conducted some follow-up interviews to assist the Minot Police Department. There was a letter in there where Detective Barnard had requested some assistance, giving them a brief synopsis of the case.
Okay. And what was the time frame for that letter from Detective Barnard?
I believe the letter for that request for assistance was in 2009.
Okay. And how about the interviews that the FBI assisted with? What was the time frame for those?
Those were conducted in 2008 or 2009.
So fair to say early in the investigation.
Yes.
Sergeant, you were present for the testimony of William May and Christina Imhoff, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that there's no records of the statements from them, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn about why there was no statements?
I really don't know why there's no statements. It would appear there was a breakdown in communication somewhere.
Okay. Were you with the PD at that point in time that those statements were made by those two?
No.
Okay. Now, to be clear, were there no statements or were there no records?
No records that they had contacted the police department.
And I think we've already established, you'd said previously that there were some other items that have been missing from the original case files, all right?
Correct.
Such as?
Audio recordings of interviews.
Okay. That were conducted by BCI and?
Correct.
Other agencies, okay. Now, Sergeant, you had also alluded to lots of DNA had been collected, samples had been collected from various people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that?
The investigators were just doing their due diligence and trying to check off all the boxes that they came across in their investigation.
All right. Now, you were present for Amy Gebhardt's testimony, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were present when Mr. Sand was asking her about male-specific DNA under Anita's fingernail, one of her fingernails on her right hand?
Correct.
Okay. What's your understanding about whether or not there's a timestamp on DNA?
There is no timestamp on DNA.
Sergeant, what are investigative holdbacks?
Those are items that are particular to the case that are not released to the public.
Okay. And why is that done?
To ensure the integrity of the investigation. So if somebody comes forward at a later point that may have some information, you can verify if that is information that they knew independently or if it was something that they learned from the public.
Okay. Was the fact that Anita had been stabbed an investigative holdback?
No.
What were the investigative holdbacks in this case?
From what I was able to see in any of the media releases that I read, they did not release the fact that the screen was cut. And I don't believe they released the exact time that she was believed to have been stabbed.
Was any information released with regards to the condition or position of the body?
No.
How about any information with regards to the scene itself?
No.
Okay. How about how Anita was dressed?
No.
Not released.
Not released.
Now, Detective, Sergeant, you were able to go through Anita's text message history, correct?
Correct.
Who had she been texting with shortly before her death?
Michael Van?
Okay. Is that the individual known as Money Mike?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And generally, what was the content of those conversations?
It was just kind of a friend relationship. I think they kind of were talking about, maybe moving beyond friendship, but nothing really intimate.
Did he and Anita exchange what they were doing at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say that she had been doing?
She had made mention that she was feeling ill, and she was either going to take a bath or a shower to maybe feel better.
Okay. And was there any kind of physical evidence that Anita had taken a shower?
No.
Okay. So that was pieced together from text messages, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Now, Sergeant, I know there's been a lot of talk about cold justice.
Yes.
You were assigned to this case before cold justice came on, is that correct?
Correct.
Whose idea was it to bring in cold justice?
I have no exact knowledge. It was someone in administration, not me. I would assume it was a captain or a chief.
Someone above your pay grade, right?
Correct.
All right. What did you get told with regards to working with cold justice?
That they were going to bring them in to assist with this case and that I was going to help them.
Okay. And what kind of resources did cold justice provide?
They were able to provide, additional personnel to help us conduct all these interviews that needed to be done, and really just to help us find people that had moved on or were no longer around.
Okay. Who particularly from cold justice did you work with?
Mostly I work with Kelly Sigler, a little bit with Steve Spingola, but mostly with Kelly.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what was Steve Spingola's occupation?
He was a retired lieutenant from the Milwaukee Police Department.
Okay. Do you know what unit he was with?
He, from what I understand, he had spent time in multiple units, but he had also spent a lot of time in a homicide unit.
When did cold justice come to Minot?
In March of 2022.
How long were they there?
I think around 10 days.
And what was the purpose of them coming to town?
To film for their show.
Okay. To your knowledge, had they had access to the case file before they came to town?
Yes, they were given the entire case file prior to coming to Minot.
Okay. Do you know approximately how far in advance they were given that?
I don't. I believe it was maybe January of 2022, but I really don't know the exact date.
So quite likely a couple of months.
Yes.
Right. Now we heard Detective Talbot testify with regards to cold justice having a list of people to interview.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that more?
Yes. So when they came, they had researched the case file and they had a list of individuals who they thought should possibly be re-interviewed. We went through that list with them, and we gave them our input. There was a couple of people that we crossed off the list because we didn't think they were relevant. I know there was at least one person they had on the list that we knew to be deceased and we're not going to be able to re-interview.
So you had some input into the re-interviewing, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Was cold justice calling the shots?
No.
All right. Now, as particularly with regards to homicide investigations, you review the evidence, then what step do you take?
You have to, it's like a puzzle. You have to go through all of the pieces that you're given and figure out how they fit together and what is extraneous information that doesn't fit into the puzzle.
Okay. And that happens, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Minot PD, did you receive a number of false leads?
Yes.
Quite a few, in fact.
Yes.
Did you review all of those again?
We reviewed them as much as we could. The ones that we believe may have needed more follow-up.
Okay. Were those followed up initially in the initial investigation from what you could review?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Were persons of interest identified in this case?
Yes.
Could you please tell us who those persons of interest were?
Excuse me. They had identified Marty Annell as a person of interest, Nichole Rice, or Thomas at the time, as a person of interest. They thought Tyler Schmaltz was a person of interest. They thought Michael Van was a person of interest. There were multiple.
Okay. I'd like to go through these people one by one. Actually, first off, let me ask, what is a person of interest?
A person of interest is just someone that you have identified that has a link in some way to this person or this case or this incident, and you need to investigate and decide if there's any evidentiary value to raise them to the level of a suspect.
And what's the difference between a person of interest and a suspect?
A person of interest is typically just on the periphery. Again, it's just somebody you have to check off the box to make sure that you've looked into them as much as you can, and the suspect has more concrete connection to the case.
Okay. Now, we're talking about people who are identified as persons of interest right now. Okay. You indicated Marty Annell.
Yes.
All right. Marty's connection to the crime
Right.
was what?
That he was the maintenance man at the apartment complex, and he had found the screen.
Okay. And how did law enforcement find the screen?
Marty told them about it and took them to it.
Why did Marty never rise to the level of a suspect?
He had no motive, no means. He had an alibi. Laura Knapp alibied him, said she was with him the entire weekend.
Did it ever become suspicious to the Minot PD when Marty committed suicide approximately 18 months after Anita's death?
I believe it did.
Okay. And was there follow-up that was done?
Yes.
And did that follow-up elevate Marty to the level of a suspect?
No.
Why not?
Again, there was nothing concrete there that connected him to this crime.
Okay. Was Minot PD able to satisfy themselves with regards to the reason for Marty's suicide?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
Well, as his sister and Laura have testified, there was a lot of issues going on with him in his life. There's a family history of suicide. He had a multitude of reasons why he may have committed suicide.
Did Marty cooperate with the investigation?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many times he was interviewed?
I do not.
Okay. Was MPD ever able to verify anything in Vern Olson's statement about Marty having a gun or knife collection?
Not that I'm aware of.
You said that Michael Van was a person of interest.
Yes.
Money Mike. All right. Why was he a person of interest?
Just because he was the individual who was contacting Anita. There was information that he was possibly romantically interested in her.
Okay. But he never made it to the level of suspect, did he?
No.
Why not?
He had an alibi. He had friends that had said that they were with him at the time that the murder happened.
And Minot PD was able to verify that alibi?
Yes.
Okay. Did your investigation determine whether or not Mr. Van even had any idea where Anita lived?
No, he indicated that he had never been to her apartment and didn't know where she lived.
So Minot PD struck him off their list?
Yes.
Mr. Van, where is he these days?
He's deceased.
Okay. When did he pass?
I believe it was 2009.
And what was his cause of death? Do you know?
He died from an asthma attack.
Tyler Schmaltz, another person of interest, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why was Tyler a person of interest?
I believe some people were throwing his name out, that he was infatuated with Anita, that he, may have been obsessed with her. So
Was there any indication of that in your investigation?
No.
Okay. What did the investigation unveil as to where Tyler was at around the time of Anita's death?
I believe he had said he was at his apartment playing online video games.
Okay. Now, we've established that Tyler lived in the same apartment complex as Anita and Nichole, correct?
Correct.
Who moved there first?
I believe he was in there first.
Okay. And did Tyler live with anybody?
He lived with his brother.
And the boys both lived in that apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Were they in the same building as Anita?
No, there were 3 buildings to the north of where Anita and Nicole's apartment was.
Was Minot PD, through investigation, able to verify Tyler's alibi?
Yes.
Now, in reviewing Anita's phone records, both phone and text, call and text, were you able to determine what, if any, contact she had had with Tyler recently?
I didn't see any contact with Tyler in her phone.
Okay. It had been quite some time since they'd spoken.
Yes.
All right. You were present for questioning that involved a man running, right?
Correct.
All right. What do you know about this runner?
So I know that Becky Carmen had contacted the police department, I believe it was the following day after the discovery of the body, to report that she had seen this individual running in the area.
Okay. And what came from that lead?
So she provided a description. Eventually, the police department enlisted the use of a sketch artist to create a sketch of what this person looked like. That was released to the media. And then subsequently, an individual came forward and said that, hey, that looks like me, and I was, in fact, running in that area on that date and time.
Okay. You observed the sketch, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the person in the sketch?
To me, it looked like a possibly Hispanic male, short hair.
Okay. And did the person who came forward match that description?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine if that person had any involvement whatsoever with this case?
He did not.
You've heard the name Devin Hall, right?
Yes.
And you've heard the name Jerome Vivier, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of Minot PD's investigation of those two?
So early on in the investigation, like I said, they were following as many leads as they could. And when police had contact with Devin Hall on June 11th, which was just over a week after this homicide, they determined they should look into him as he was possibly a person of interest.
Okay. And what did that looking into him involved?
He was interviewed, his family, friends were all interviewed, and they went out to Wolf Point, Montana, where he was from, and interviewed individuals there.
Okay. Now, you said that Devin Hall was looked into for a break-in on June 11th. Is that right?
Yes.
Where in the city did that break-in occur?
That was on Sioux Street.
Is Sioux Street anywhere near Northgate Apartments?
No.
What was, to your understanding from the investigation, Devin Hall's condition when he was arrested?
He was intoxicated.
And do you know approximately how many times Devin Hall was interviewed?
I do not. It was multiple.
Okay. And you were present for Sergeant Goodman's testimony when he testified about going out to Montana to interview him again.
Correct.
What other efforts did Minot PD make with regards to corroborating Devin's rendition of accounts of where he was at or around the time of the murder?
Objection, narrative question, Your Honor.
Overruled. She just asked what they did, so she can answer that.
I know they tried to find train records from Amtrak. They, again, like I said, interviewed family and friends to corroborate his version of the weekend. They spoke with individuals in and around Wolf Point, Montana, other businesses, a hotel where they had stayed that weekend. They received a video from a family friend.
Okay. So I'm going to back you up a little bit. You said that they checked train records. Why did they check train records?
So the Devin Hall and Jerome Vivier and all of the rest of the family and friends among that group had been in Wolf Point, Montana that weekend. They had gone for high school graduation on Friday, June 1st. And then they were scheduled to return to Minot on the 2nd on the train. However, half of them were going to be on the train and some of them were going to be in a vehicle driven by Nova Wetsit. Nova's vehicle broke down, so they had to stay an extra day, which was confirmed by the hotel in Wolf Point, saying that Nova had a hotel room for June 1st and June 2nd. And then they eventually returned to Minot on Sunday, June 3rd on the train and in the vehicle.
Okay. Was there anything else that was corroborated by the hotel?
Yes. Detective Goodman spoke with an employee at the hotel to confirm again that Nova Wetsit had rooms reserved for them on Friday, June 1st and Saturday, June 2nd. And the hotel employee also commented that he had to call the police on Saturday night, June 2nd, because the boys had broken into the kitchen at the hotel.
Okay. So was Sergeant Goodman able to corroborate that police contact?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. But that was information that was, in fact, corroborated with the hotel.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that there was a video that had been received by from the family. What was that?
Nova Wetsit provided a video, a home movie that she had taken. She was recording the individuals when they were getting off the train at the Amtrak station in Minot.
Okay. And what date was that?
It was Sunday, June 3rd.
Okay. Approximately what time?
The train would have gotten in a little after 9 p.m., 9:20-ish.
Okay. And what family members got off that train?
There were several. Devin Hall was one of them. There was an Alyssa, Jake, and I'm sorry, I don't remember all of the names off the train.
Now, you're aware that Jerome Vivier had an arrest, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. For GSI. Do you remember the date of that GSI?
It was May 20th of 2007.
Okay. So Jerome would have been on bond at that point in time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are you aware of him leaving the state following that bond order?
Yes.
And what did your investigation uncover with regards to whether or not he could leave the state?
His attorney had petitioned the court to allow him to leave the state so he could attend his graduation in Fraser, Montana, and the judge granted that.
Did you look into the GSI that Jerome Vivier, I'm going to say committed because he was convicted of it, committed?
Just briefly, I don't know many of the details of it. I only know that the victim in that incident was a relative of his cousin, I believe.
Now, you're also familiar with Jerome Vivier's name being on the list from the 101 Club, as Mr. Sand had indicated previously to one of the officers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to determine if he and Anita were at the 101 Club on the same evening?
According to that list, they were.
Okay. Were you able to determine if they came in at the same time?
I believe the times were not the same. They were off by a half hour, maybe an hour.
Okay. And how long before Anita's murder was that?
That was around that May timeframe when the GSI occurred, so it was a week or two.
Okay. And do you know the date of the contact at the club? Or the date that they were both at the club?
May 19th, maybe?
Okay. And he was charged with the GSI that occurred May 20th?
Yes.
Were you able to, did the investigation determine whether or not Jerome had any contact with Anita at Club 101?
No.
Okay. It didn't determine that.
There was no indication of any contact between the two of them.
Okay. Is there any indication that they interacted at all?
No.
Any indication that he followed her home?
No.
That he had any idea where she lived?
No.
Now, we've heard a lot about this knife and Devon Hall's connection to it.
Yes.
Okay. What did the investigation determine with regards to that knife and Devon Hall's connection?
So he had at one point said he had a knife like that, that he had taken from Jerome Vivier in Wolf Point, that he had it for maybe a day and then he gave it back or left it in Jerome's house in Wolf Point. Other individuals and family members of his had stated it was a knife similar to the one recovered in this case.
Okay. Similar?
Yes.
Okay. How did it differ?
The design on the handle was different.
Did there come a point in time that MPD was able to actually definitively state that that wasn't the same knife?
Yes, at some point in time, I believe it was Novowetz, had turned over a knife to the police department that was the knife that they were all referring to, which had a completely different design on it.
And what did she do with that knife?
She turned it over to the police department.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with Devon Hall's criminal history, correct?
Correct.
All right. What typically is he getting arrested for?
The history that I've seen, he seems to have a habit of getting intoxicated and breaking into homes. I believe he may have sexually assaulted some females.
Okay. When was that?
2010, I don't remember the exact date. It was after 2007.
Okay. Is it fair to say he keeps getting caught?
He does.
What does that tell you about his skill as a cat burglar?
He may not be very good at it.
Now, you indicated that when he was arrested on June 11th, 2007, he was highly intoxicated.
Yes.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
Well, I wasn't present. I'm only going off of the reports that I read for that case. He was staying in an apartment with Novowetz on Sioux Street. I believe her apartment was in the 800 building, Sioux Street. And then the building that he was arrested for breaking into was the 804 building, which is directly behind the 800 building. So it appeared that he was just intoxicated and ended up going into the wrong apartment.
And he was found with a knife at that apartment, wasn't he?
Yes.
What was your understanding of where he got that knife from?
So reading the report, he was found in one apartment, and the homeowner there chased him out of the apartment, and then another tenant in the building actually followed suit. They chased him down, and there was a brief altercation somewhere. He then ran into the building and entered a different apartment, where he was later found hiding in a closet with a kitchen knife that he had grabbed out of the kitchen in his pocket.
Do you have any idea where he was?
He thought he was in Williston. He kept calling the police officers Williston pigs.
How far from Minot is Williston?
About a 2-hour drive.
During that time that he had broken in on June 11th, did he injure anybody?
No.
All right. Lastly, you indicated that the defendant was a person of interest, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why was she a person of interest?
Because she lived there, she had a tenuous relationship with Anita.
Okay. Now, when you say tenuous, what do you mean?
By all accounts, from everybody but the defendant, they did not get along. They were to the point where they were trying to see if they could get out of the lease so one of them could move out of the apartment.
Did you ever interview the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay. Do you remember the date that you interviewed the defendant?
It was in March of 2022. I don't remember the exact date. It was a Saturday.
Okay. Detective, I'm showing you, or Sergeant, I'm sorry. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 for identification, 36 pages in length, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a transcript of when I spoke with her in March of 22.
Okay. Now, aside from some redactions required by law, is that a fair and accurate transcript of your interview with Nichole Rice?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. State moves to introduce Exhibit 26.
Mr. Sand,
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
you may. Plaintiff's Exhibit 26 as requested.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Plaintiff's Exhibit 26 is received without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 26, 19, 16, 17, and 13.
Can you repeat those again for me, please, Ms. Sorgan?
13, 16, 17, 19.
Thank you.
Okay. Sergeant, if you reviewed all of those previously,
Yes.
and those are the statements that Ms. Rice gave to law enforcement over the course of the years, is that right?
Yes.
When you reviewed those, what were you looking for?
Consistency?
Did you find consistency?
No.
In fact, you found a lot of inconsistencies, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. In particular,
Objection, Your Honor. She's leading the witness and she's testifying herself when she says that. That's for cross.
Sustained.
in particular, Sergeant, what did you find that was inconsistent?
Her statements about her whereabouts the weekend of the murder.
Did her statements change over time?
They did.
Were you able to easily keep track of how her statements changed?
No, it's tough to keep track of because there were so many differences in the various statements that she gave. It's hard for me to remember exactly which statement had which differences, but definitely I know that there were glaring differences in different interviews that she did.
Did you do anything to assist yourself in figuring out these differences?
Yes, and in order to try and make sense of it and keep track of them, Detective Talbot and I had created kind of a visual depiction of the differences. We created a timeline where we color-coded the different statements for the different dates and then where the differences were in each different statement.
Okay. And do you believe it would assist the jury in determining or in assessing these differences in these statements by seeing a timeline like that?
It may, because like I said, from one statement to another, it's not that they're completely different. It's just little details in each statement that are changed.
Okay. And did you prepare something with regards to that to assist the jury?
Yes, so I had our Intel analyst assist me with creating a digital version of the hand-drawn copy that Detective Talbot and I had created.
Okay. Is that a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this isn't going to be offered in evidence, but you're familiar with this flash drive, correct?
Correct.
And that contains your PowerPoint, doesn't it?
Yes.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this appears to be an important point.
Your Honor.
Okay. And my understanding is that the information in that demonstrative exhibit is going to be based upon the 5 interviews that were given by the defendant.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And all those interviews are in evidence?
They are.
And this is, again, under Rule 1006, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, you have an objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Sand, you have an objection based upon, if I understood correctly, having not viewed this demonstrative exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. And just, briefly, we just became aware that they were trying to introduce, or not introduce, but show this to the jury under Rule 1006. And although they may not be entering it into evidence, it's still governed by the rules of evidence. So it's governed by Rule 1006. And this is not a demonstrative for closing. This is a demonstrative to be shown to the jury and explained by a witness on the witness stand. It's different than a closing argument that we're going to summarize what you learned during this entire trial. This is a witness that is going to be explaining it to the jury. And under 1006, just a quick reading of the rule, they got to share it with us. This is something that's being shown to the jury during their case in chief. We haven't seen this. The court, Your Honor, was very clear at the February 27th hearing that no more stuff is going to be disclosed after March 4th. This is not something for closing. This is during their case in chief. So I feel like this is the first time that we're seeing it. I do have some additional rules that I need to look over. I've just looked over Rule 1006. Your Honor, if I may have 1 second to look at my computer.
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could direct the court to the explanatory note of Rule 1006. I just have the North Dakota Courts website pulled up. I think the most current, the effective date of this rule was March 1st, 2014. I don't see that there's been an update to it. But looking at the explanatory note, it specifically says that we are allowed to analyze, or the other party is allowed to analyze the underlying data to prepare for any challenges to the summary that we may wish to make. We haven't looked at the summary. We haven't been able to analyze, make sure that it's correct, make sure that it's consistent. And like I said, this is occurring during their case in chief, not during closing. This is not a demonstrative for the jury. I don't need to repeat myself, Your Honor, but that's our argument.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Sorgan, do you have any response?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, first off, the underlying data is the exhibits that were introduced being the statements of the defendant. Those were very clearly turned over previously to the defense. They've had those for quite some time. I understand that they want to look at this exhibit. It's a 3-slide PowerPoint. It shouldn't take them too terribly long to review that. And I would note, however, this has been utilized in cases in chief previously, in cases in Ward County, specifically State v. Vickerman, case 51, 2019, CR 00919, and case in chief in State versus Kamari Kennedy, 51, 2021, CR 01114.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand that the state, it's their position that we can review this briefly. We have our case in chief to prepare for. We have closings to prepare for. I know that we have an hour and a half lunch. We're going to use every bit of that. This is not the time for us to be reviewing something like this, Your Honor. This is why that this type of information is supposed to be disclosed much
Sooner.
a lot longer before the start of trial, Your Honor.
All right.
And we need to cross-reference it. I understand we have the statements. We haven't cross-referenced all those statements, dug out the statements, even if it's a 3-page report, we have dozens of pages to cross-reference it to.
Got it. Ms. Sorgan, is there any reason why this hasn't been supplied earlier?
Your Honor, it was just basically created. It was a matter of, this was very voluminous and confusing to go through these statements.
Oh, I got that part. But when did you create it?
I believe that this was created, if I could find it, Your Honor. Oops, that's the wrong one. Within the last few weeks, Your Honor.
All right. All right, thank you very much. The court will take under advisement your request here with regard to this information and see if I can come up with a plan for how we're going to resolve it. Time is 37 minutes after 11. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock, at which point I will make a ruling and we will go forward. Thank you. Judicial District is again back on the record. The time is 8 minutes after 1 o'clock. Today's date continues to be Monday, March 24th, 2025. Again, we're in the middle of trial. Parties are present along with counsel. Jury is not present. We broke for lunch. We broke a little early based upon the state wishing to use a demonstrative exhibit in regard to the testimony of their witness. I believe it would be Sergeant Asham, specifically geared toward her testimony that she had reviewed the 5 interviews with the defendant and found inconsistencies, and she wished to express those inconsistencies over the 5 interviews, and this exhibit would assist the jury in understanding and following along those inconsistencies. A couple of things. The defense objected. The rule being used by the state is 1006, having to do specifically with demonstrative exhibits. The underlying function of that is the fact that the evidence has already been supplied, is available, has been received to support that demonstrative exhibit. In this case, that is correct. All the interviews have been offered and received by the court. They are available. They will be available to the jury upon their deliberations. And the sergeant's testimony will be tedious, probably to say the least, and having an aid for the jury to review and follow along, in a sense, would be helpful. That's the basis for the state's position. It is my understanding that this aid, the demonstrative exhibit, will not be given to the jury in their deliberation, so it doesn't go beyond the use with the testimony of Sergeant Asham. Accordingly, it's not an exhibit that would be considered discoverable, in a sense, as to comply with my rule, going back about 3 weeks, my order, I should say, that there would be no additional discovery beyond that date. I think it was March 4th, is what I said. The underlying information, all of the interviews the defense has, they would be doing their own due diligence in reviewing all of those interviews for the same purpose with regard to consistencies and inconsistencies. The key to this entire question is going to be that the officer in her testimony would be speaking to the exhibit for the purpose of, this is what I found and why I found it. The court is going to overrule the objection by the defense with regard to this exhibit, and the state will be allowed to publish the exhibit for the purpose of soliciting the testimony of Sergeant Asham. It is my understanding that the exhibit would be put forth on the TV screen in front of the jury. I think the TV screen behind the witness, and then each counsel has a TV screen on their desk, on their table. So that should be appropriate. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have actually been, during the noon hour, reviewing this, and I apologize for this. It might have cut off the court's decision with regards to this matter, but we'll actually not be offering or showing it at this point in time. I'll incorporate it into my closing.
All right. Then is there anything else before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else before I bring in the jury?
No, sir, thank you.
All right. Bring in the jury. Can you stop, please?
I'm so sorry about that.
You can sit down, please, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was just brought to my attention that Ms. Glynns had been issued a subpoena shortly after we returned from the lunch hour. by the defense, even though she had been released from our subpoena, and she had been sitting here during Sergeant Asham's testimony.
Ms. Brenda?
Yes, Brenda Glentz.
Brenda Glentz.
Yep, that's true, Your Honor. We just had she's back now. We just had a chance to talk to her. We served the subpoena just before Your Honor came in here. She had informed us that she was in here for Ms. Talbot's testimony, but she was not under subpoena at that time. She is again now for the defense, and so yes, I'm sorry.
For Ms. Sergeant Asham.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right, I got it.
And so she was not under subpoena at that time. She is now, and so I'm just trying to follow the state's sequestration order, so I let her know that.
Ms. Sarden?
I just wanted the court to be aware of this, Your Honor. I don't know how this plays out with your sequestration order with regards to the fact she was not under subpoena. She's been here for the lion's share of Sergeant Asham's testimony.
Yeah, we're just getting to the good stuff is my assumption. So, okay. All right, then is it your position that she would be required to be out of the courtroom during the rest of the testimony?
If she's subject to a subpoena, yeah.
All right. Mr. Sands, your understanding?
Yep, that sounds right, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Glynn, you'll have to remove yourself from the courtroom. All right. Now, Ms. Sorgan, can I call in the jury?
Yes.
All right, please. All right, Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We were in the middle of testimony for Sergeant Asham. Sergeant Asham is again on the stand. You may continue, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, before we broke, you were given copies of exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would be specifically, just so we're reorienting ourselves, exhibits 13, 16, 17, 19, and 26, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those are the statements that the defendant has given to law enforcement over the years.
Correct.
All right. Now, you were telling us that you had created a timeline to help yourself orient yourself with regards to the inconsistencies in those statements. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Drawing your attention first to exhibits 16 and 17.
Those are back on the exhibit table. Could I get those again?
I'll grab them for you. Okay. Drawing your attention to exhibits 16 and 17, the statements that Ms. Rice gave to Detective Barnard on June 4th, 2007. Where did Ms. Rice say that she was during the time of the murder?
She said she was home on the family farm.
Okay. Did she give any specifics about that?
I believe through the course of the interview, she had told Detective Barnard that she came home from work late Friday night around 11 p.m. She went to bed, packed up her things, got up early Saturday morning, left to go to the farm. Said she hadn't really spoken to Anita in about 3 weeks. She stated that she heard Anita in her room playing music on Friday night. She thinks that someone may have come over during the night. She heard a male voice, but didn't know who it was.
And did she say what time she left the family farm?
She had stated that she arrived she didn't say what time she got to the farm, but I believe she said she left Minot around 8 or 7:30 a.m. on Saturday morning to go to the farm. And then she went to the farm, and then they spent Saturday at a going away party for her cousin. And then she came home Saturday and spent all day Sunday at the house with her little sister. And that was at the farm. And then she stated that she never went back to the apartment. She went straight to work on Monday afternoon.
Okay. Did she tell Detective Barnard how she and Anita got along?
She just said that their schedules didn't match, so they didn't see each other or communicate much leading up to the time of the homicide. She didn't really say anything about any conflict or anything like that.
Okay. Turning to Exhibit 13, the interview with Sergeant Goodman. Okay. What was the timeline that the defendant gave for herself during that interview 4 days later, or about a week later, sorry?
So once again, she had said that she had worked Friday night and she came home a little bit after 11, around 11:30 p.m. She mentioned that when she came home, she saw Anita at the fridge in the apartment. And then she again talked about packing up her things to get ready to go to the farm for the weekend. And then she went to her room and went to bed. Again, she had mentioned something about possibly somebody coming over in the middle of the night, maybe around 1 a.m. And then she had got up Saturday morning early and left and never saw Anita or spoke to her.
Okay. How did the June 11th interview differ from the June 4th?
Well, the first thing that was different was that she had, in the June 4th interview, she said she never saw Anita on Friday. And then on June 11th, she said she saw her in the kitchen of the apartment.
Okay.
So then she, again, talked about going to the farm. She left around a little bit later, about 8:30, got to the farm about 9:15, waited around for her family to be ready so they could travel to Carrington, is what she said in this instance. So they could go to this family party. She had mentioned specifically this time she thought she recognized the voice of the male that she heard on Friday night, but she didn't really hear what they were talking about.
Who did she think it was?
Michael Linrud?
Okay. Did the police investigate Michael Linrud?
Yes.
And what did they learn? What did Minot Police learn about him?
He was a friend of Anita's. They had spoken on the phone that night.
Okay. Please continue.
Again, she had said she never saw Anita when she left Saturday morning, never spoke to her at all. So she had to be on the road to get to the farms to be ready to leave to go to Carrington by 10. So she stopped at the gas station before she left Minot, went out there. The entire family was going to ride together to the party, but her and her little sister were fighting, so she decided to drive separately, and her cousin Alyssa rode with her.
Okay. Now, Sergeant Goodman testified that during this interview, the defendant was not honest with him.
Correct.
Were you able to determine by reading that transcript and reviewing that statement what he was referring to?
Yes.
And what was that specifically?
She had told initially Sergeant Goodman that they had gone to the party and came home later that evening, early evening, to the farm. And then she stayed at the farm all of Saturday evening. She watched movies with her mom and her little sister. and then she went to bed. It was later found out that she had been at the 41 Club in Russo on Saturday night with her cousin, and he brought that to her attention that she left that out.
Okay. And so how did that change her story?
Then she stated that she remembered she had gone to the bar, which was the 41 Club in Russo. It was owned by her cousin Alyssa and her boyfriend or fiance at the time. She stated she went there just briefly to take some CDs to Alyssa. And while she was there, she ate chicken strips and a Sprite. She stated at that point she was only at the bar for about 15 minutes, and then she went to Alyssa's house and watched a movie with Aunt Joyce.
Okay. What else was gleaned from that June 11th interview?
Aside from going to the bar, watching movies, she had stated that she went to the farm every weekend. She stayed there. She said Sunday morning she slept in until around 11, 10 o'clock, and then she went out and checked cows with her sister, and then she came back to the house where she beaded necklaces with her mother for 4 hours, and then just hung out at the house and went to bed, and then got up Monday morning. She said she slept until 11 Monday morning, and then she went straight to work in Minot.
Sergeant Asham, you've reviewed the June 4th and the June 11th transcripts. Is there any reference to the window screen in either of those transcripts?
No.
By either Nichole or the officers?
Correct.
Was there a reference to a bowl in the bathroom sink in either of those?
No.
Is there a reference to her iPod?
I'd have to double check. She may have talked about it with Detective Goodman.
Okay.
Possibly being missing, but I have to look more closely at that.
I'm going to draw your attention instead. We're going to move on to Exhibit 19. Statement, the transcript of her interview with Special Agent Meixner on May 6, 2010. What do we learn from this interview?
The beginning portion, she doesn't really talk about Friday night at all. She again talks about getting up Saturday morning, going to the farm. A little bit about drinking.
Now, you were present for William May and Christina Holler's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time frame upon which they said that they made their reports to the Minot Police Department?
In 2008.
And this interview with Agent Meixner was what year again?
2010.
Okay. Surrounding the conversation.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe there was an interview with Ms. Rice and Ms. Meixner that they're referring to.
The transcripts and evidence.
If I'm following correctly, Counsel, it was May 6th of 2010.
Okay.
The interview with Miss Officer Meixner.
Okay.
Yes.
Exhibit 19. So the question again, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, with regards to that section that you just referenced where she was talking about drinking, what was that conversation?
She made a comment that people tend to babble and talk too much when they're drinking, which is why she no longer drinks.
Had she and Agent Makesner been talking about drinking prior to that point?
No.
Was there any question posed to her about anyone making a drunken statement?
No.
Did the defendant talk about her relationship with Anita during that conversation?
I'd have to double check that. In most conversations that she had with investigators, she talked about how they were best friends. She saw herself as Anita's protector, bodyguard. Anytime an investigator brought up information that they had received about them fighting or arguing, she downplayed it.
Okay. Specifically fighting about what?
The alarm clock, the fish tank. Primarily, those were the issues that came up.
Okay. And when you say she downplayed it, what do you mean?
She would just say things like, oh, we have typical little roommate disagreements, nothing major.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been received as evidence. It states Exhibits 12A through O. And Sergeant Goodman has already established that those were text messages sent from the defendant to Anita. What are the dates of those text messages?
April 21st of 2007.
Okay. So approximately 2 months before Anita died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do those text messages say?
Would you like me to read them?
Yes,
Or just-
please.
So this message says, okay, so next time you leave and don't plan on coming back in the morning and lock your door because God knows I'm dying to get in there, shut the fucking alarm off so I don't have to listen to it all morning when I can be sleeping. And just for the heads up, my dad and I are going to talk to the landlord ASAP and see what we can do, because honestly, I have no idea what I did to make you, what I did to you to make you all of a sudden be all weird on me, but I'm going to tell you right now, I sure as hell ain't going to put up with it till December. Well, and that's abbreviated. This sucks, and I may sound like a bitch. But what goes around comes around. I have tried the being nice strategy, and that just obviously didn't get the point across. Really, there isn't anything to talk about. I was just letting you know, the 411. I am trying to sleep, in all caps, and ignore this alarm. Things shouldn't have gotten like this in the first place. I didn't do shit to deserve it, but whatever. I am done discussing this. Oh, and by the way, I really... That's, that one cuts off there. I think that's supposed to be realized. The next message says, are you going to move out or am I, if we can get out of this lease if one of us leaves? this is causing me problems with my family because my stress level is very high on this subject. Seriously, what died I do to you? I ain't ever home. You pretty much have the effing place to yourself, for Christ's sake.
Sergeant, was it your understanding from the investigation that the alarm clock issue was limited to just April?
Yes,
Okay, was just in April.
I only heard of the one incident.
All right. Based on this, based on the investigation, did the hostilities cease because of the alarm clock issue?
No,
Okay. And what was your understanding of the nature of the hostilities?
they just weren't getting along. They weren't good roommates. One liked to be clean, one was messy. Anita felt uncomfortable when Nichole would bring people over to the apartment, and then she would leave to go to work and leave the people there with her that she didn't know.
Okay. Sergeant, drawing your attention to your interview with the defendant on March 12th of 2022. Were there also inconsistencies in her timeline in that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that interview differ from the prior interviews?
In this particular interview, she left out anything about watching movies at her aunt's house. Again, she had said a slightly different version of what she did on Sunday. She didn't talk anything about beating necklaces. I think this may be the one where she talked about going to shoot gophers on Sunday instead of checking cows or beating. She couldn't remember at this juncture if it had been Friday night or Saturday morning that she had gone back to the farm. And she had gone to the bar in Russo, and she had stayed until 11 or 12 p.m. and then got back to the farm. And then she went to sleep on the couch.
Okay. During the course of these interviews, did the defendant offer any of her theories as to who might have hurt Anita?
She did, I think, when she spoke to Detective Goodman. And then I think, if I remember correctly, she may have offered one when I spoke to her as well.
Okay. Did she identify the same person in all of these interviews?
No.
Okay. In the very first interview that she gave with Detective Barnard, did she identify anybody that she thought could have done this?
No.
Okay. Anybody who was mad at Anita?
No.
Okay. In the interview with Sergeant Goodman, Exhibit 13, could she identify anybody particular that she thinks would have done this?
I believe that was the interview where she said Nathan Tickerhoof was a possible suspect.
Okay. And did the police investigate Nathan Tickerhoof?
Yes.
And what did the police determine about that?
He had no involvement.
How about her interview with Special Agent Meixner? Who did she identify in that one?
Mm-hmm. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I apologize. It's tough to keep them all straight.
Fair to say, different stories, correct?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, she's testifying.
Sustained.
In the interview with Agent Meixner, was she able to identify anybody that was particularly mad at Anita?
No.
How'd she refer to herself as in reference to Anita?
Her bodyguard?
She'd call herself Anita's bodyguard.
Yes.
Did she ever mention Marty and Nell during that interview?
I know she mentioned Marty and Ellen in one of the interviews.
What did she mention with regards to Marty?
I believe she said that people are saying it was probably him.
Okay. And did she keep with that theory?
I don't believe she had one opinion one way or the other.
Was there a point where she was talking about Marty having committed suicide?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach, got the copy of the
You may.
statements up there. Your Honor, I'm just trying to find the location of this section. Nichole make any specific comments with regards to how she felt about Anita during this interview?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, I loved her. She was my best friend. She meant the world to me. And honest to God, I looked up to her like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be like her.
Sergeant, you were present for Matthew Hansen's testimony, and you were also present, you also read through that information in the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did it come to your attention during the investigation that the defendant had moved to New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
New Mexico happened in 2008.
Okay. Did she move someplace else before that?
She moved to Arizona,
Okay, when did that happen?
2007.
And in relation to when Anita died, how soon after that did she move to Arizona?
It's believed to be immediately following, within a month or two.
Okay. And approximately when did she come back from Arizona?
I believe she was only in Arizona for a few months. She came back in the fall of 2008.
Okay. And then she relocated to New Mexico in 2008?
Excuse me, I misspoke. She came back from Arizona in the fall of 2007, and then she went to New Mexico in 2008.
And were you able to determine when she came back from New Mexico?
In July of 2008.
Now, there was a work trip that she had won. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. When was that trip supposed to be?
I don't know if there's a specific date for that trip.
Okay. Do you know if she did go on that trip?
By all accounts, she did not.
Okay. And why was that?
She left the job and she left the state.
And you're aware of the statements that she made to Brenda Glenn's in July of 2008?
Correct.
Okay. How does that match up with the statements that she gave to law enforcement as far as her timeline is concerned?
I don't believe she ever told law enforcement that she left the state, that she had moved to Arizona or New Mexico. The statements that she made to Brenda were something completely different than what she had told law enforcement.
Okay. Sergeant, I'm just going to hand you Exhibit 18. What's been received into evidence is Exhibit 18, and then sit down for a second. States 18, which has been received into evidence, we've established was a phone bill for Nichole, correct?
Correct.
All right. You analyzed that, is that right?
Yes.
All right. What did you find with regards to that phone bill and her timeline as she's provided it to law enforcement over the years?
It's inconsistent with the times that she was giving as far as when she was awake and when she was sleeping that weekend. There's call activity and data transmission activity during the times that she said she was asleep or before she woke up.
Okay. And when you say call activity, specifically what are you referring to?
Phone calls. She was speaking with a gentleman in Michigan by the name of Ryan Martin. That's her most frequent call activity. She spoke to him quite a lot.
And was Minot PD able to confirm whether or not it was actually her having phone calls with him?
I know they had a agency in Michigan conduct a courtesy interview with Ryan Martin, who confirmed that he had spoken with her.
Okay. Sergeant, what's a call for service?
Call for service is any time that someone contacts dispatch and an incident is created that an officer is dispatched to.
Have you had an opportunity to look back through calls for service with regards to Anita Knutson?
Yes.
Okay. Aside from the incident involving her death, were there any calls for service that you're aware of?
None.
You're aware of the issues that Detective Barnard testified to and Matt Hansen testified to about getting defendant to come to the crime scene on June 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically, Matt Hansen's testimony about, it's just my roommate, I'm not dealing with it.
Correct.
Okay. Did that strike you as odd when you reviewed that information?
Yes.
Why?
It's not normal behavior. If someone called me and said the police need you to come home, I would have questions and I would immediately go home.
And again, no calls for service with regards to Anita.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that that would be an unusual circumstance to get a call about her?
Yes.
Sergeant, you have lived in Minot for how long?
I went to college there and then I left briefly and then returned in 2000 and have been there since.
Okay. You're familiar with the surrounding area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, including Velva.
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the distance from Minot to the defendant's father's farm?
Yes.
Okay. And how long is that?
It's about a 43-minute drive, plus or minus 5 minutes, given depending on weather and traffic.
Okay. And how recently have you taken that drive?
Just a couple of days ago, I took the drive.
Okay. So that would have been winter, right?
Yes.
How long would that drive typically take in the summer?
Probably 40 minutes.
Now, Detective, with regards to the statements that we heard of information that were provided by Ms. Rice to her aunt, Brenda, you testified earlier about police holdbacks in an investigation. Were you able to identify holdback information in that testimony?
Yes.
What specifically?
That the screen had been cut, that there had been a bowl of water in the bathroom sink, and that the victim was wearing a bathrobe and laying on her bed.
Okay. All of that information was police holdback?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed these statements and transcripts of interviews with the defendant. Was there any mention of those items?
No.
Okay. By law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing further for the sergeant, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Your Honor, I have quite an extensive cross-examination. I'm wondering if there's any chance we could take a couple of minute bathroom break before I begin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seems a little quick, but the jury loved me for saying this, so we'll do it again. We're going to take a short recess. Please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. minutes after 2. Got a little long, sorry. Parties are present, jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, anything before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right, bring the jury in. Officer, you can come back up. Jury is now present. Ms. Sorghum, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State with roll call.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sand, the witness is still on the stand. Do you wish to cross-examine?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Can you hear me there? How you doing, Detective Asham?
I'm doing well.
Good. So you're the case agent for the state on this case, is that correct?
Correct.
You're the lead investigator?
It was a collaboration, but I guess as a case agent, I could be lead investigator.
Okay. You obviously, based on your testimony, you weren't around the Minot PD back in 2007.
No, I was not.
And I know you've already answered this, but just to refresh me, when did you join Minot PD?
2011.
Okay. And as lead investigator on this case, you reviewed the file, correct?
The majority of it, yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the officers that worked on the file?
Yes.
You aware of Officer McLeod?
Yes.
You aware of his participation in the investigation?
I know there's a report on the case file from him.
Okay. And that he interviewed Shannon Dogskin,
Yeah, that sounds right.
collected buccal swabs. And that he's logged a bunch of evidence in the case as well. Does that sound right?
Likely, I don't know.
Okay. But you've reviewed the file.
Most of it, yes.
Well, I'm going to come right back to that. You had said that in reviewing the file, there was things that had been lost, things that were unable to be put back together in your investigation of it,
Know what I said? There was things that we didn't have in our possession.
but you got them all.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You didn't get them all.
No.
What kind of stuff?
There are recordings from BCI that we never received.
Any recordings from interviews of people by the Minot PD?
I'm unaware of any, no. I'm unaware of any recordings from Minot PD that we did not have.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Thank you. So you're aware of the Detective McLeod's supplemental report regarding Shannon Dogskin?
I know that it exists, yes.
Okay. Where is Officer McLeod now? Do you know?
He's deceased.
When did he pass away?
January of 2025.
Okay. So you've already told us that he did work on the case. You're the lead investigator on the case. Are you aware of a report from Clark Hill that came out in March here?
Yes,
Have you reviewed it?
in part.
Were you deposed on it this last week?
Yes,
Are you in that report?
yes.
Are you aware of the allegations in the report?
Can you expand on that?
Are you aware that Officer McLeod has been investigated before he died for child rape?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Sand?
I'm getting to that, Your Honor.
No.
Okay.
Give it to me
Explain
now.
the relevance?
I do.
This report we received on Monday. Detective Asham is the lead investigator in the case.
This case.
The case that we're sitting here for right now for trial, Your Honor.
Correct.
The causal connections between an investigator in this case, Officer McLeod, who worked on this case, which I've just established, his relationship with Detective Asham and what's contained in this report is important for credibility under, I believe it's 607, Your Honor, as an exception to 404. And credibility of a witness is always important, especially when they're the lead investigator of the case and they're the case agent and the only witness who's been able to sit through the entire trial unsequestered. Now, she's been able to sit here and testify to everything that's been gone over. No other witnesses have been allowed to do that. She's the only one. 607 allows for credibility to come in, and nothing goes to that more than what's in this report.
Ms. Sorgan?
Well, Your Honor, I understand that that's the defense's position on that. Sergeant Asham's been permitted to sit here because the rules of evidence allow us to have a case agent, which she is and has been designated that, and that's why she's been here throughout these proceedings. As it pertains to whether or not that report has anything to do with her credibility, a report that came out in 2025 with regards to a case that was investigated for a crime that occurred in 2007 and charges that were brought in 2022, I fail to see the relevance.
May I have a brief response?
You may.
I've established that Officer McLeod worked on this case. I've established that she's the lead investigator and the case agent. I've also established that she told me all the recordings from the Minot PD have been collected and reviewed.
That she's aware of.
That she's aware of, but I've been in touch, and I believe that's not true, and I'm about to tease that out on my cross here, Your Honor. And what's in this report refers directly to that as well. Radio Giglio issues.
Your thought is that that report deals with information from 2007?
It deals with information regarding people who investigated and worked on this case that have issues with exactly what she's talking about in terms of preservation of evidence on an 18-year-old case. And credibility. I'm not leaving that argument out.
All right. I'm going to allow her to answer the question. Can you repeat it, please?
If I can remember it.
It had to do with whether or not she was aware of Officer McLeod's charge.
Investigations in Valley City, Ada County, Idaho, and Butte, Montana regarding child rape.
I'm aware he was under investigation. I don't know all the details.
And he worked on this case.
There's a report on this case. I don't know the details of his involvement.
But you've told us that you've looked through the entire case file.
No, I didn't. I said I've looked through a majority of the case file.
Okay. I'll bring that back up for you. This is a case narrative from Sergeant Sunbakken. Take a look at that first paragraph and I can ask that question to you again. Sees Sergeant Detective McLeod's name in there?
Yes?
That he collected evidence, buccal swab particularly?
Yes?
It's a transcript of a conversation with Sergeant Dogskin by Detective McLeod. You can take as long as you want.
With Sergeant Dogskin?
I'm sorry. Mrs. Dogskin, Miss Dogskin. More or less, I would just want you to take a look and see that McLeod performed that
Okay. Do you want me to review the content, or
If you like.
it's up to you?
No. You wanted to know if that's who did it, and she said yes.
Is that, okay,
Yes.
thank you. This is a supplemental report for Detective McLeod. It's found in case found it was sent to us regarding Miss Dogskin.
I believe Shannon Dogskin is a male.
Okay. Well, Mr. Dogskin then. Does that sound like Mr. McLeod's report?
It says it's his report.
And then I can walk you through these if you want, or I can just tell you there's many of these in the report. It's evidence capturing McLeod's names on it. Would you like me to show it to you?
No, I believe you.
Do you know any more of the details regarding the investigation in Mr. McLeod before he committed suicide?
No.
Objection, relevance.
I think we've established that it may be relevant, so we'll rule your objection with regard to any more details. Her response was no.
Now, the truthfulness of Mr. McLeod is at issue here. He was an agent who worked on this case. Are you aware that in the report he said he never had an affair with anybody at work?
I'm unaware of that.
You're not aware of that. If I showed you part of that report, would that help you remember?
Like I said, I did not review the entire report, so I don't know what it
You were
says.
regarding it earlier this week, weren't you?
I was.
You didn't review it before the deposition?
Only the part that it pertained to me.
Then we can move to that part. Did you review page 29 where it says that he engaged in an inappropriate relationship with Carmen Asham?
I don't know the page numbers, but
You recall that? I can
yes.
show it to you. That would help you. It's that top paragraph. There's a text chain below. You done reviewing it? So is it fair to say that the report said that you engaged in an inappropriate relationship with Officer McLeod?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that relationship?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. He's established that this is a credibility question.
He was a friend of mine.
Anything more?
He pressured me into inappropriate activity.
Tell me about that inappropriate activity.
He had kissed me on more than one occasion.
I have the report here. Anything
I'm
else?
aware. He also had touched me
Where did this go on?
at the police department.
Okay. Did he instruct you to delete files and emails, and you said you would?
He had told me to delete one specific email with a file attached.
And you did that?
Yes.
That's in this report as well. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Now, have you seen your text conversations in this report?
Yes.
Now I'm going to jump to something else and then come right back here. You'll have to forgive me with the paper. You know how many pages are in this thing. This is a case narrative from Sergeant Goodman, way back in the day in 2007. Do you recall reviewing a case narrative from Sergeant Goodman on June 22nd that he and Detective Barnard interviewed Devin Hall?
I read Detective Goodman's report, so I'm sure I did.
I showed it to you. Would it help you?
Sure.
Could you look at that whole last paragraph all the way to the end? You had a chance?
Mm-hmm.
You recall reading about that interview?
Yes.
Do you recall Detective Goodman telling Devin Hall that he showed him the side with the Indian head of the knife?
And that's what it says, yes.
And that he said the head's missing on the other side, and then he flipped the knife over and it was missing?
Correct.
Did you also read at the bottom that it says see attached interview in the case file, that they recorded it?
Yes.
Are you aware that that recording doesn't exist, hasn't made its way to anyone?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. I was wondering when you were talking about evidence missing if that was something you knew about. Seems pretty important in the case to me, don't you think so?
It could potentially be.
An interview of a guy who says he's got the murder weapon specifically before the cop even says that the Indian head's missing on the other side. He said, yeah, mine's missing the Indian head though. And he flips it and it's missing. And we don't have that. Doesn't that seem crazy?
I suppose.
Yeah, or we lost it, I guess.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Yes, so withdraw that. I apologize. You said you reviewed the parts of this Clark Hill report that pertain to you, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, I guess before I refresh you, do you recall Officer McLeod telling you delete that file and email and then you texting back okay?
Yes.
Remember saying, did you tell them you sent it to me, or are they checking people's email?
Yes.
Ashley got put on AL for doing it.
Is that a question?
Do you recall that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall that these encounters in the report are alleged to have taken place between you and Officer McLeod in the evidence room?
No.
Where did they take place?
In the hallway and in the crime lab.
In the crime lab. Thank you for correcting me. Where did Officer McLeod commit suicide?
At the
Objection,
first.
relevance.
Yes, Mr. Sand, what's the relevance?
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Do you recall in the report that it says Lieutenant McLeod provided Sergeant Asham with information she would have not otherwise accessed?
Yes.
When the relationship became physical, it occurred only at the police department.
Correct.
Do you recall in the Clark Hill report under inappropriate workplace behavior, it said some text messages revealed that Sergeant Asham lacked confidence in her abilities as a police officer, supervisor, and suggested that she was suffering from imposter syndrome.
I do not recall reading that, no.
I'll give you a look at the report, see if you can remember. Be in this paragraph right here. You recall that now?
I never read that part, but I see it there now.
Okay. You lacked confidence in your abilities as a police officer. You're the lead investigator on one of the biggest murder cases in North Dakota history. Do you think that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, again, you said you've reviewed the file or most of the file. I can't really remember. Did you read the whole file?
No,
How much of the file?
I couldn't say with certainty.
But you're testifying up here as to the file, correct?
Correct?
The majority of what you know in this case comes from stuff that happened way back in the day in 2007 that you reviewed, correct?
In conjunction with Detective Talbot, it was a collaboration.
Okay. You talked about a train trip, right?
Yes,
You aware that in the file that was sent over to me are the train logs between Minot and Wolf Point from 5:16 to 6:10?
yes.
Have you seen that?
I probably did, but it's been a while.
Let me know if you recall if Devin Hall's name's anywhere on there.
It's not.
Okay. So it doesn't say that he took the Sunday train over?
No.
Oh, okay. But you've been sitting in here, Detective Asham, and we had Detective Talbot and yourself say that he took the train over on Sunday.
Correct.
Okay. It's a big part of this case.
Objection. Is that a question?
I'll withdraw and I apologize.
Sustained. Thank you.
Now, we talked about this, we'll call him the running man, the 6'2" young Native American man that was running from the apartment complex the girls were in north. You recall that testimony?
I recall the report that he was running in the area.
Do you recall testifying about it just a minute ago?
Yes,
And then you said that was all cleared up, that you got in touch with the guy who looked Hispanic or something like that.
correct.
When did that happen?
I believe that was sometime in 2008. He came forward.
Okay. So he came forward a year after,
Yes,
and he knew he was running that day, that morning, right in front of there.
yes.
Okay. When in 2008 do you think that happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. Because you were sitting in here when I showed the news release from October 7th, 2008, almost 18 months after, where they were still looking for that Native American man.
I don't recall that, but
Well, I showed it to Detective Barnard. Can I refresh your
Sure.
recollection? I'm trying to do my math. I'll wait till you take a look at it. Is it your understanding that this gentleman came forward more than 18 months after?
it would appear so, yes.
It would appear so. How?
if that,
But you weren't there in 2007, were you?
no, I was not.
Do you know how many months after June of 2007, October of 2008 is?
I could do the math, I guess, yes.
I'd appreciate it if you would.
Probably 16 months.
Okay. Now you're here for everybody's testimony, but you were here for Detective Talbot's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about Vern Olson in relation to Marty?
Yes.
When you talked to Vern, what did Vern tell you?
I didn't talk to
You
Vern.
didn't talk to Vern. Oh, okay.
Objection. Argumentative, Your Honor.
I didn't know she had, Your Honor, but I'll withdraw that. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, Mr. Sand.
Okay. I'll ease up.
Thank you.
You hadn't talked to Vern Olson.
No.
Lead investigator on the case, you hadn't talked to Vern Olson.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Yes, Your Honor. But you were here when Detective Talbot testified about their call and the substance of it the night that Marty killed himself, correct?
Correct.
You recall what she said?
Yes.
What was that?
He told her that I believe Marty had mentioned something about something happened or he was dealing with something. I guess I'm just paraphrasing. I don't know the exact phrasing.
Okay. Would it be fair to say he had something heavy on his heart and he hadn't been the same after Anita died?
I don't think it was that specific, but
Okay. Do you recall in the report and through her testimony that Marty had decorative knives?
yes,
Okay. Folding knives?
I believe so.
Now, the state was asking you about the FBI's involvement, correct?
Yes.
And you were here when Detective Barnard testified, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall from Detective, and in your review of Detective Barnard's report, that he said they felt Devin Hall was the best suspect after reviewing the case?
I believe it says that somewhere, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that that's because the knife came from Montana, he hid in the girl's room, found the knife in the kitchen shortly after the homicide occurred?
No, I don't recall that.
Would it help if I refresh your
Sure.
recollection with that report?
Which part?
Right here. Thank you. Does that help you refresh your recollection?
Yes, that's what it says.
Thank you. Your Honor, I apologize if it takes me a minute. It's a full case file, so I'm trying to run through it as quickly as possible.
Take the time you need, Mr. Sand.
Thank you, sir. Now, the state had asked you about Devin Hall's criminal history. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you look into that at all?
As much as I could.
you find anything regarding his federal conviction?
Yes.
What was that for?
I believe that was for he had broken into someone's home and sexually assaulted a female.
Have you looked through his Fort Peck tribal records?
No, I don't believe I had access to that.
And you're aware of the incident that sparked this whole thing for Devon Hall regarding him just days after the murder breaking into another woman's window?
Correct. I don't believe that was a woman. It was a couple, I think.
The woman was the one that identified him, though, is that right, originally?
No, I believe it was a male.
And I'll come back to that in a minute. Obviously, we got thousands of pages of paper here, but just to clarify that, just days later, he was arrested for breaking into an apartment.
It was about a week to 10 days after.
Okay.
It was June 11th.
June 11th, and what day did police respond to Anita's apartment?
June 4th.
June 4th. And he was found in the closet with a knife?
Yes.
Did you review the Tyler Schmalz evidence at all in the file?
I read through the interviews.
Anything regarding a picture he drew of a girl in class?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, it's very relevant, Your Honor.
We don't have enough of that, Ms. Sorgan, so overruled. But try to connect it, please.
I will, Your Honor. I need to make sure that she has seen it first.
Seen the picture? No.
In the
I remember it being mentioned in somebody's statement, not his.
Where a girl had turned him down and he drew a picture of him stabbing her in the breasts and vagina?
I remember that in somebody else's statement.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Tyler Schmalz?
I did.
Are you aware that he said that Anita was going to a date at a truck stop in his interview with Detective Barnard?
I believe he said something about that. I'm not sure which day that was supposed to be.
Okay. And you're aware he went to prom with Anita, correct?
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly from whom? From him?
I've heard that from a few people.
And they lived in the same apartment building, correct?
No, not the same building, the same complex.
Same complex. Thank you. Had you read in the reports that they were concerned he was obsessed with Anita?
Yes.
It's a June 5th, 2000 interview, front page. Barnard, Tyler Schmalz. Just look at this one line. Regarding prom. Okay. Does Tyler say they went to prom together in there?
He did.
Just want to make sure I'm not crazy. I appreciate it. Sergeant Murphy investigated this case as well.
She was one of the investigators on it, yes.
She passed away as well.
She has.
When did that happen?
I don't remember the year. It's been a few years.
2022 around there.
That sounds about right, yes.
Did you review her reports? They were upfront case narratives, kind of front and center.
Yep, I read her reports.
Okay. Do you recall her discussing her interview with Juan Washington?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you recall him in the interview saying, I guess in reviewing this file, specifically Sergeant Murphy's, did you learn that Juan Washington had saw Native
Objection. Your Honor, she just testified she doesn't remember this interview or having reviewed it. How could she remember anything specific?
The report I remember, I don't remember anything about Juan Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you a specific? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on, that's what I heard, so your objection's overruled. You can
Thank
continue.
you. I'll ask you if you remember this portion of the case file of the report. If you don't, I'll refresh your recollection. Do you recall learning from reading this report and specifically the entire case file, specifically this report, that there was a Native American male that hung around there and went to Club 101?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Gonna have you review from where it says Washington here to the end. Thank you. Detective. Do you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Does this man talk about a Native American male that was coming and going from that apartment?
From the area, yes.
Yeah. Are you sure he doesn't say comes and goes from that apartment? I can show you that. sentence.
Show me again. And that's what it says.
And he talks about Club 101 in there as well, correct?
Yes.
You put an investigative report together, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the people that had keys to that apartment, right?
Yes.
Marty Annell was one of those people.
Yes.
Laura Knapp was one of those people.
Yes.
You saw Laura testifying earlier, didn't you?
I did.
You recall that she said that her and Marty never discussed the murder after it happened at all?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's safe to say no police officers ever saw the location of the screen in person. They just took Marty's word for it. Is that right?
Can you clarify the location as in where he found it or where he took them to it?
Prior to the screen being brought to the workshop of Marty's, no police officers ever saw that screen.
Correct.
And you recall Mr. Gordon Knutson's testimony, correct?
Yes.
You recall that he said the screen was 100 feet from the window?
I recall he said that's what was told to him by by somebody.
Do you know of him talking to anyone else besides Mr. Annell when he got there?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, we had another detective talking earlier, I think. I'm starting to lose my place here about a curtain and a curtain rod, right?
Right.
And those were thrown back in the window by Mr. Annell.
Yes.
Okay. So they came out of the window at one point.
It would seem.
Now, I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure I get it right. You weren't at the scene back in 2007 when this happened.
No.
So you're not aware that they brought Nichole to the scene?
I'm aware from the reports that stated that they brought her back.
Asked her if anything was missing of hers?
Correct.
Would that make sense that if something was missing, she would answer that when they ask her?
I would hope so.
Right. Were you there to see if they brought her through the scene?
I wasn't present.
How else would she know if anything was missing? She's not going to know from standing outside, is she?
Objection, argumentative, and asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is anything missing from the scene, Nichole? If they asked her that, what's the only plausible way she would figure that out and be able to answer them?
To look and see.
To go into the apartment. And they had her down there from the testimony and the file that you reviewed. They had her down there about 15 minutes after they got there, right?
No, my understanding is she was outside of the apartment at that point, and they brought her into the apartment the following day.
They brought her in the following day. They didn't bring her in that day.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. What day did they ask her if anything was missing?
I would assume it was the following day.
It was the following day. I'll come right back to that. Now, you were in here when Brenda Glintz testified, correct?
Correct.
She testified, and tell me if I heard it wrong, but it sounded like to me she said that Nichole went down to New Mexico in July of 2007.
Correct.
And she knew that because her son was in that rodeo down in Farmington.
Correct.
And that she was so sure on that ride up that Nichole told her all these things about the case. You recall that?
Yes?
But in fact, Nichole wasn't in New Mexico in 2007, was she?
No.
When was she there?
2008.
A year later.
Yes.
We're going to go back to that break-in that Devin did a few days after, I think you said a week after, Anita's murder. I found the report. It's in the case file, Officer Kevorkian, what a name. And the other one's Officer Schoenrock. Do you recall reviewing those?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the dispatch received a call from a person named Tara Steele?
I don't recall the name.
Okay. And I was asking you because we're just trying to figure out if it was a man or a woman.
Correct, and as I recall, there were two separate,
He broke into 2 apartments?
yes.
Okay. The other woman was named Amanda Jane Stewart. Does that sound right?
I don't know that name. The name I'm thinking of is Jason Lovely. That was the other one.
Jason Lovely, I believe, is in here as well. Do you remember the intruder exited the apartment out the same window he came in?
Yes.
And then he was brought to Ward County Detention Center, right?
Correct.
So we're in Minot a couple days later. Devin Hall's going in a window, coming out the same window. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Did you review the DNA records? I know one of them is in evidence here. So you may have seen it come in there.
I've looked at the lab report, yes.
Were you here for Dr. Gephart's testimony?
Yes, I don't believe she's a doctor, but yes.
Amy Gephart's testimony. Thank you.
Yes.
You recall that Anita had male DNA under the fingernails?
Yes.
You recall the testimony of April Moulton when you were sitting here?
Yes.
Remember she had told the officers that she knew that Anita had been stabbed?
I don't remember that.
I can help you.
Please do.
You want to pull up April Moulton in case you can do it before I... Might have to come back to this one as well. Hopefully my crew can find it for me over there. Now, you said cold justice came in for 10 days, correct?
About that, yeah.
Okay. What day did you guys interview Devin Hall on those 10 days?
We did not.
Earlier, you were testifying, you went through persons of interest. You said Marty, Nichole, Tyler Schmalz, and Michael Van, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say Devin Hall.
I did not.
You didn't talk to Vern Olson either.
Detective Talbot talked to him.
Okay, you did.
I did not.
Now, you were reviewing in evidence a bunch of different interviews of Nichole, correct?
Correct.
How old was Nichole when this happened?
18 or 19?
18 or 19. How many years ago was it?
18, 17 years ago?
Half her lifetime ago, it sounds like. Right?
Sure.
When was the last interview you had with her? What year was that?
2022?
So these interviews took place over a period of 15, 16 years.
Yes.
Now, there's something I learned during your testimony that I must have missed. Devin Hall broke into a kitchen at a hotel, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did interview Mark and Brenda Glenn's.
Yes.
Mark said that he saw Nichole at the Cenex, right? Or right around the Cenex.
Yes.
Okay. Looking through the file, did you ever find a time when Nichole didn't come in to talk to the police?
No?
She came in every time.
Yes.
Did you have a lawyer with her any of those times that you saw?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Would be her right to have one.
That still wasn't the question. Overruled.
Not when she talked to me.
How about the other ones? Did you see any evidence of that reviewing these old reports?
It wasn't referenced in any of the reports, no.
Thank you. Now, there was testimony earlier, I believe it was from Sergeant Goodman and possibly Sergeant Barnard, that they were concerned with Nichole's demeanor, right? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have? Thank you. recall finding out that Nichole was crying when she showed up? Can I refresh your recollection?
Please.
This is a June 5th, 2007 report of Detective Barnard. Please just read those first two questions and answers. You recall that now?
Yes.
Do you want these back, or can I put them?
Unless I need them.
Let me know. And I apologize. I got my witnesses screwed up. When I asked you about April Moulton, it was Michelle Grubbs, who at that time was Michelle Zayas. You recall her saying that she knew that Anita had been stabbed in her interview.
I don't know.
Okay. I have a report for you to look at. What page stamp is it? It's a June 5th interview, Michelle Zayas with Detective Barnard. It's a lengthy one. This is the page I'll have you refer to. Just the top question to Michelle here from Detective Barnard.
Okay.
She says she was raped and stabbed to death.
She did.
This is June 5th. What day did the police show up there?
June 4th.
How did people know she was stabbed?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw. Take your time. Thank you, Sergeant Asham, or Detective Asham, I apologize.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'm going to go in order from Mr. Sand's questions, okay? All right. Sergeant, you said you reviewed the majority of the file.
Correct.
Why didn't you review the whole file?
It's a very large file, and when you're working on a large case like this and you're working in a partnership with another investigator, you divvy up responsibilities and one person reviews some stuff and the other person reviews the other.
Kind of like we've been seeing from the defense counsel, right?
Correct.
And who was your partner?
Detective Talbot.
Now, Mr. Sand asked you about the allegations in the Clark Hill report. And that he asked you if you were aware of the investigation against Lieutenant McLeod, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, would those allegations have been before, contemporaneous with, or after the events of the Anita Knutson murder?
After.
Approximately how far after?
16 years.
You said that Lieutenant McLeod pressured you into inappropriate activity.
Correct.
Okay. And that activity included what?
He kissed me and he touched me.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with your duties as a police officer?
No.
You were asked to delete one email with an attachment, correct?
Yes.
What was that?
The attachment was a copy of a administrative internal report into then Chief Klug.
Okay. And what version of that report was that?
That was the unredacted version.
Was that report supposed to be disseminated?
No, it was not.
Okay. In fact, you were asked about Ashley on AL for that as a text message, correct?
Correct.
What does AL mean?
Administrative leave.
Okay. So what happened as a consequence? Why did that come about?
Because that report was violating state law by being sent out because it was the unredacted version of the report.
Violated a lot of people's HIPAA rights, didn't it?
Correct.
And was Lieutenant McLeod the only one who ordered you to delete that?
No.
Who else ordered you to delete it?
Lieutenant Wagner and Captain Sunbakken.
Okay. So several of your commanders, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about contact between yourself and Lieutenant McLeod occurring in the hallway and in the crime lab. Can you please describe the crime lab?
The crime lab is just a location in the police department where we store most of our crime scene supplies for collecting evidence.
Okay. Is this the same crime lab that Amy Gebhardt works out of?
No, it is not.
Okay. Not even the same county, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And what was in the crime lab at the time that you and Lieutenant McLeod engaged in any kind of physical contact?
Just equipment and supplies.
Any evidence?
No.
Mr. Sand asked you about that you were privy to information that you wouldn't otherwise have access to because of Lieutenant McLeod. Do you remember that question?
I do.
What info was he referring to?
He would just tell me about complaints on other officers that they had received.
Okay. Was there some information with regards to your promotion?
He also had sent me a text one point to tell me that I had received a position in investigations.
Okay. Did you already know about that?
I did.
Okay. So this wasn't him giving you information that you didn't already have access to, was it?
Correct.
All right. I want to ask you about the question of the Running Man sketch that we've been talking about. And Mr. Sand made it clear to you that that sketch came out in October 2008, right?
Yes.
Would you have expected the individual who came forward to have done so before that sketch?
No.
Okay. Why not?
How would he know it is out there?
And how soon after the sketch was published did this individual come forward?
I don't know the exact time frame, but it was within the month or so. We heard a lot about the fact that you didn't speak with Vern Olson, but that there was a report that Marty had decorative knives or folding knives, correct? Correct.
All right. Was there ever any indication that the knife that was located at the crime scene belonged to Marty?
No.
Mr. Sand asked you about Devon Hall's federal conviction for sexual assault of a female.
Yes.
What happened with that case? What was the underlying fact pattern, if you're aware?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization of what the charges and convictions were.
I thought it was, no,
It was a burglary conviction, Your Honor.
burglary. Yeah, I remember the judgment. Okay.
He asked her about sexual assault.
I understand that. So your question is you're going to agree with him about that? So can you rephrase your question, please?
Sure. Sergeant Asham, you were asked by Mr. Sand about a sexual assault that Devon Hall allegedly committed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what the underlying fact pattern to that was?
I believe he entered someone's home and laid down next to them in bed.
Okay. Did he kill that person?
No.
You were asked about Devon Hall breaking into an apartment on June 11th, 2007, and he was in a closet with a knife, right?
Yes.
All right. Where did he get that knife from?
From the kitchen of that apartment that he broke into.
Okay. And why did he have that knife?
Because individuals were chasing him.
Now, you were also asked about Tyler Schmaltz.
Yes.
And a picture that he allegedly drew.
Yes.
Did you ever see the picture in the case file?
No.
Based upon the information that you were able to garner through learning through the investigation, how old was Tyler at the time this picture was allegedly drawn?
I believe it was in an elementary school.
Okay. And Tyler mentioned in one of the case reports that Anita had gone to a truck stop was meeting someone at a truck stop for a meal or a date?
Yes.
Okay. You were present for Michelle's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Where did she say that they went after the tattoo?
To Shots Crossroads, which is a truck stop.
You were asked about Sergeant Murphy interviewing an individual and that there was a native male who was hanging around Club 101, right?
Yes.
What's your understanding of the frequency of native males in Minot?
It's quite frequent.
It's a large native population in Ward County, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
There's a reservation nearby.
Would it be unusual for someone to have spotted a native male in and around the city of Minot?
No, not at all.
You were asked quite extensively with regards to your awareness of whether or not officers took the defendant back to the scene to determine if anything was missing, correct?
Correct.
Right. What is your understanding about whether or not the scene had been processed before she was permitted back into the apartment?
Based on their testimony and the reports that I reviewed, it sounded like the scene had been processed and evidence had been collected prior to her entering the apartment.
Would she have had the opportunity to see the items that you identified as holdbacks?
Objection, Your Honor. She said she wasn't there. She stated it. I don't know how she could know that.
Yeah, she phrased the question differently, so overruled, she can answer it.
Based upon what you have reviewed in the case file and what you have heard in the testimony in this case, would she have had the opportunity to have observed the items identified as holdbacks?
No.
You were asked again about the break-in on June 11th from Devon Hall. Was he apprehended?
Yes.
Where?
In the apartment?
So he got caught breaking in, didn't he?
Yes.
Did he kill the tenants?
No.
Did he harm the tenants?
No.
You reviewed you were asked about the DNA report and that there was male DNA under Anita's fingernails, correct?
Yes.
Multiple fingernails or one fingernail?
I don't recall.
And you testified on direct examination that DNA doesn't have a timestamp, right?
Right.
Okay. So we don't know when that DNA got underneath her nails, right?
Correct.
You were asked about Michelle knowing that Anita had been stabbed on June 5th, correct?
Yes.
Was the stabbing a holdback?
No, it was not.
Michelle on June 5th had said that that Anita had been raped and stabbed, correct?
Yes.
Was Anita raped?
No.
Any indication of sexual assault?
No.
You were also asked about the fact that Nichole was young at the time of the interviews, the initial interview with crime, correct?
Yes.
And the interviews occurred over the next 15 years, right?
Yes.
Right. The date of the initial interview with Detective Barnard occurred what date?
June 4th, 2007?
The day of the murder.
Yes.
The interview with Sergeant Goodman, what date?
I believe it was June 11th, 2007?
1 week later, right?
Yes.
The date of the interview was with Special Agent Meixner,
May 6th, 2010?
3 years later, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the interview that occurred latest in time was the one with you, wasn't it?
Yes.
You were also present with regards to the questions about Nichole's demeanor, right?
Yes.
As to what Sergeant Goodman and Detective Barnard felt, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you had been asked by Mr. Sand about the fact that that the transcript indicates that she was crying on June 4th, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also were present for Detective Barnard's testimony and Matt Hansen's testimony that Nichole had to basically be told that she was going to be taken to the scene if she didn't show up, right?
Correct.
And just to clarify, Sergeant, June 4th was the date that Anita was discovered. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the date that all of the facts and evidence have pointed to that she was actually murdered on?
June 3rd.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any recross or?
Very short, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Now, the state had asked you on redirect in terms of Mr. Hall's break-in on Sioux Street if he didn't harm the tenants, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also recall when they asked him, his response was, I don't know, I've been in a lot of houses around here.
Sounds familiar.
I show you the report.
Objection. This is beyond the scope.
It's not beyond the scope.
It's not overruled.
Now, do you recall in that report that was in the file, Officer Schoenrock said, I asked him why he was in those houses this morning. His response was, I've been in a lot of houses here.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Hargan?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Ashton, you were just asked about that. Are you aware of a further interview between Sergeant Goodman and Devin Hall that occurred in Wolf Point, Montana? Or
Yes.
occurred in Montana. Okay. What did you learn from listening to that interview?
Objection, this is beyond my redirect, which is very
It
limited.
is, Ms. Hargan.
I will connect very quickly, Your Honor.
With regard to what he asked.
Yes.
All right, I'll give you a couple.
What did you learn from listening to that interview with regards to whether or not Devin Hall had been in residences on the northwest corner of the city?
He had not been in that
Objection,
area.
Your Honor, that's not what I asked about.
He asked
Okay.
about he'd been in a lot of houses around here.
You need to ask that question, Ms. Hargan.
Okay.
Try not to lead her.
Okay. During that interview, what did Devin, were you able to learn whether or not Devin Hall had been in residences in northwest corner of the city?
Objection, Your Honor, I believe it's beyond the scope of recross.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not Devin Hall admitted to being in Anita Knutson's
Objection, Your
apartment?
Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What did you learn from that interview?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of recross.
Well, again, she said that she was going to connect it once she got to the interview, so I'll give her that part. You can answer the question, ma'am, if you can.
What did you learn from the interview?
That he was staying in the area of Sioux Street and South Minot.
Okay. And what did you learn about his presence on the north side?
Objection, Your Honor, and I hate to keep making the objections, but it's beyond the
Sustained.
scope.
Nothing further.
Is the witness here by subpoena?
Well, she's our case agent, Your Honor.
Okay, you may have a seat, officer. Thank you. Do you have any other witnesses today, Ms. Organ?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. Awkward time. Mr. Sand, I asked if you had any witnesses available. Do you know if you do or not?
We do, Your Honor.
Are they short or long? They're going to be long.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to break for the moment, at least your portion of this. I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room. I'm hoping it will only be for a few minutes, but I can't promise that one at this time. And again, whether I bring you back today, I'm still not sure about. I don't want to be wasting any more time, but I'm going to do my best to see if we can get more in. I'm going to ask you again to please do not converse with any witness, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter, direct any questions, or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial until you retire to deliberate your verdict. Please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. Please do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, the jury is no longer present. The state has rested their case. Time is 27 minutes after 3 o'clock. Mr. Sands, does the defense wish to make any motions at this time?
We do, Your Honor, and Attorney Deagle's going to be handling that for us, and I'll have you come over here, Jerry.
Attorney Deagle, first chance.
Thank you. At this time, the defense is.
You want to come over here?
With this microphone?
Oh,
Not behind the pole.
I got you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. At this time, the defense is moving the court for a judgment of acquittal under Rule 29. As the court's aware, after the prosecution closes its evidence, the court in the defendant's motion must enter a judgment of acquittal of any of the offense for the offense for which the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction. When looking at the elements here that the state must establish, first, that on or about June 2nd or 3rd in Ward County, the defendant Nichole Rice intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, or the defendant willfully caused the death, and that the death was caused under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. Under Rule 29, it's on the state to present evidence to allow this case to be given to the jury. They must present facts that a reasonable juror would be able to conclude guilt. We don't believe that's been established here. When looking at the elements, the state is required to establish, specifically number 2, that Nichole Rice is the individual who committed the crime is charged. Here there's been zero evidence that established Ms. Rice was even in town, let alone at the specific scene during where the murder occurred at the time it's alleged to have occurred. Your Honor, essentially the absence of one thing does not establish the presence of another. Specifically, the state's evidence presented has only established that Ms. Knutson was killed in her apartment on or about June 2nd or 3rd, and that Ms. Rice was her roommate at the time of her death. We don't have any evidence that Ms. Rice was at the shared apartment on those dates or any time that weekend. In fact, all of the testimony established was actually evidence to the contrary. There's no DNA or physical evidence that places Ms. Rice at her apartment on that weekend. No fingerprints, no eyewitnesses. There's been testimony that the cause of death was the stab wounds and the knife recovered was the murder weapon. However, there's been zero evidence, direct or circumstantial, that Ms. Rice ever possessed that knife. In fact, all of the testimony and evidence that we've heard this far indicates a different individual possessed that knife. Furthermore, under the jury instructions, intentionally means if when they engage in conduct, it's their purpose to do so, or knowingly if when they engage in conduct, they have a firm belief that they are doing so. Here, if this court were to assume arguendo and find that there was sufficient evidence to infer Ms. Rice was at the scene or had possession of the knife, there's been no evidence that Ms. Rice intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson or that she had a firm belief she was doing so. In fact, the only testimony that's been presented this far is that Ms. Knutson's cause of death was a stabbing. There's virtually no evidence regarding substantial force, ill will. There's no evidence that the wounds sustained were the result of intentional acts. In addition, there hasn't been any testimony from any late witnesses or experts regarding the force or intention needed to commit these injuries. When examining the language of caused the death of another human being, Dr. Sens provided testimony that the 2 stab wounds were the cause of death. However, that's the extent of her testimony. As this court's aware, the information language also includes the alternative language of or. The defendant willfully caused the death of Anita Knutson, and willfully meaning intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Again, the state has failed to present any evidence that Ms. Rice willfully caused Anita's death. When looking at the jury instructions, willfully also includes knowingly, recklessly, and negligently. Regardless of all of that language being applicable, there's been insufficient evidence that the defendant's conduct was knowingly, the conduct was clearly or consciously unjustifiable, likely the conduct would cause the death, and, meaning in addition, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. Here, again, the state has failed to put forth any testimony from any of the witnesses regarding the circumstances of Ms. Knutson's death was because of a manifestation of extreme indifference to the value of human life. Specifically, any manifestation or extreme indifference was attributable to Ms. Rice. Even if while reviewing the facts in a light most favorable to the state, there's been insufficient facts to give this case to the jury, and therefore we ask this court for a motion for a judgment of acquittal or a direct verdict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the facts have been established that show that Anita Knutson was murdered on or about June 3rd, 2007 in her apartment in Minot, North Dakota. The cause of death being stab wounds to the chest. I'm not sure why the defense missed that portion of Dr. Sens' testimony about the fact that Dr. Sens did testify that not much force was in fact necessary. She stated that the stab wounds went through the, quote, soft part of the bone in the chest, and that much force was not required with regards to this. We have evidence that has established that entry into that apartment was made through a key through the locked door. We have had a lot of testimony about the fact that the entry was not made through the window, based upon the recreation video, based upon the testimony of the detectives. We have heard testimony that only 4 people had keys to that apartment, one of which was the deceased, one of which was the defendant, one of whom was Laura Knapp, and one of whom was Marty Annell, as the maintenance man. We heard testimony that Anita's keys were in her possession, were in her purse. They were turned back over to her father by Detective Barnard at a later date. Laura Knapp had her keys because she used them to let Gordon Knutson into the apartment. We have heard testimony that the knife that was used to stab Anita was then used to cut the screen because Anita's blood was in the screen, was in the cuts in the screen, meaning that that was put there after she was stabbed. That invalidates any point of potential entry through that window because that screen was still in place and on that window. That screen was cut after she was stabbed in the chest. We have heard testimony that the defendant has provided different accounts of where she was, a different timeline of where she was. We have heard that the travel from Minot to the farm where she was staying was only about 40 minutes. There is a large gap in her version of events of where she was at that night. We've been presented with an awful lot of cross-examination involving other potential persons. We have heard testimony from officers from the Minot PD as to why they ruled those individuals out, but that Ms. Rice could not be ruled out as a suspect in regards to all of this, and that she was the only person who has had means, motive, and opportunity the entire time. Everyone else has lacked that. We have heard circumstantial evidence testified to with regards to the she knew holdback information that would not have been made available to anybody outside of the investigation except for the killer. We heard testimony that she knew about a bowl of water that was in the sink, that had been processed before she was allowed into the apartment and was not there when she went through. We heard testimony that Anita's body had been removed from the scene before Nichole had been allowed into the apartment. She would not have known the position of the body. She would not have known how it was clad. The window screen was not present on the window. The investigations and the transcripts established that she was not advised that the window screen had been slashed or cut. She knew an awful lot of things. Her demeanor at the scene, and most in telling, Your Honor, are the confessions that she made to William May and Christina Holler. Motion for acquittal is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. That would be the state. Issues of credibility belong to the jury. We believe that there is sufficient evidence for this case to advance forward.
All right, thank you very much. The court finds that there is sufficient evidence to give this to a jury at this point. The court will deny the defendant's motion for Rule 49 directed verdict or a verdict of acquittal. All right, that having been said, again, the time is 3:36. I'll ask, I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to ask. Mr. Sand, you said you have a witness ready?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to start, if we could, with that. It's 36 minutes after. Can we start in 9 minutes at 45? Will that give you some time?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like to get the witness started. I realize we may not finish with that witness today, but I want to get as much done as we can.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in recess until 3:45. The record, the time is 47 minutes after 3 o'clock. Once again, parties are present along with counsel. Mr. Sand, are you prepared to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, anything else before I bring in the jury? All right, please bring in the jury. Seat. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Defendant calls James Douglas Coons.
All right. Mr. Coons, I'll have you come up here. She'll swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat over there, sir. Once you get situated, adjust it so the mic's aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base. All right? Did you want some water before you begin?
Sure.
I don't know if that's water or coffee. Okay, thank you very much. Spill's all on you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
James Douglas Coons.
And do you prefer to go by Mr. Coons, Agent Coons?
Most people call me Doug. It's my middle name.
Okay, Doug. Doug, where do you work?
Currently, I own a private investigation company and security consulting firm called Veracity IIR.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about Veracity?
We've been in business since I retired from the FBI in 2018, and we do all kinds of private investigations, legal consulting, security consulting, a little bit of everything.
And
Mr.
how many?
Sand, I'd like to interrupt you. Can you have him spell his last name again for the record and
Yes.
also the name of the company?
Yes, Mr. Coons, could you please spell your last name?
Sure. Kouns.
And then could you also spell the name of your company for the record?
V is in Victor, ERACITY, and then IIR, which stands for Investigation, Intelligence, and Research.
Thank you.
And how many employees does Veracity have?
I think we're at 14 total, including part-timers.
And what's your position there?
I'm the CEO.
And you had mentioned that you started Veracity after you retired from the FBI, correct?
Yes.
And before we get into that, I'd like to get into your education background. Can you tell me a little bit about your education?
Sure. My undergraduate degree is from Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana, in chemistry, and I also have a master's degree in business administration from Grantham.
And what led to you joining the FBI?
It's kind of a long story, but I sat for the exam, passed, went to the FBI Academy, which at the time was a 4-month program. It's quite a bit longer now, but then it was 4 months. Successfully completed the academy and was given my credentials and assigned to my first field office, which was Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Or Minneapolis is the field office. Sioux Falls is a resident agency within the Minneapolis division.
And how long did you serve in the FBI?
22 years.
Can you give me a rundown of what you did during the course of your 22 career?
So the first 6 years was in Sioux Falls, and first 4 or 5 years of that I worked mostly crimes on Indian reservations. After September 11th and the Twin Towers, my focus became more on counterterrorism and counterintelligence. After my 6th year, I was transferred back home to Indiana. where I worked in the Bloomington resident agency out of the Indianapolis division for about 5 years, working mostly counterterrorism. From there, I was transferred to FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., where I was a supervisor in the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate Chemical Countermeasures Unit. After that, I was returned back to Indianapolis Division, where I was a supervisor of the Field Intelligence Group. After that, I stepped down from being a supervisor and worked cases for the rest of my career.
And Doug, during the course of your time as an FBI agent, about how many suspects have you interrogated?
Over the 22 years as an FBI agent, I would guess around 100.
Ever investigate any cases involving murder or homicide?
Yes.
About how many?
Either my own or assisting other agents or as a member of evidence response team. Probably 15.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Getting picked up. Mr. Coons, can you describe the document that I just put in front of you that's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 3?
Yes, that's my current.
Your Honor, it needs to be C.
C.
Sorry, thank you.
That's my current curriculum vitae.
What's the curriculum vitae?
It's basically a rundown of my education, experience, and training.
Now, everything that we had just gone through a minute ago, is that on your CV?
Yes.
Is there anything else that we didn't describe?
There's a few things, yes. I've got some continuing education things. I'm also a certified fraud examiner. I mentioned briefly, but I was a certified member of the Indianapolis Division's evidence response team. What else? Those are the major things. There's a few other.
Looks like you're a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Yes.
I wish that was on my CV. Your Honor, defense would move to enter Exhibit C into evidence.
Mr. Nelson, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant's Exhibit C is received without objection.
And Doug, you had stated that you had done some continuing education and had gotten some certificate credentials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put in front of you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit D. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you please describe to the court what that is?
That's the certificate I was given in January 13th of 2005 after completing the FBI's evidence response team training.
What does the evidence response team training course entail?
At the time, it was a 2-week program. It was somewhere south of D.C., Dumfries, Virginia, I believe. We spent a couple of weeks learning how to properly find, collect, process, document, photograph evidence, anything to do with evidence. We learned it during those 2 weeks.
And I assume you completed the course?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate spelling of your name?
It is.
Your Honor, defendant would move to introduce Exhibit D into evidence.
Mr. Nelson, any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, this document is actually hearsay because it's someone else's statement, not the defendant's, or not, excuse me, not the witnesses.
Over the objection, the court will receive Defendant's Exhibit D.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'd also request, if need be, to publish C and D.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Doug, during your time as an FBI agent, did you ever testify in court?
Yes.
About how many times?
20. That's a rough guess.
And who did you usually testify for?
Always the prosecution when I was an FBI agent.
And since starting Veracity, I assume you've testified as an expert witness before?
Yes.
About how many times?
Maybe 10, 12.
Have you been qualified or certified every time as an expert in criminal investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would request that the court qualify and certify Mr. Coons as an expert in the field of criminal investigation.
Mr. Nelson,
Your Honor, I'd like to briefly voir dire the witness on this.
you may.
Mr. Coons, have you ever been certified as an expert in a North Dakota court?
No.
Okay. You had a 2-week training on collecting evidence.
Yes.
You believe that qualifies you to be an expert?
To some degree, there's also the years of experience I attained in utilizing
Mr. Coons, that was a yes or no question, and I'd like you to stick to my questions.
Yes.
Okay. You believe that
I
2
do.
weeks makes you an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Have you taught courses like that before?
No.
So other people in the FBI didn't come to you to learn how to do those things. You weren't directed to teach other people how to do those things.
No.
Okay.
May I ask a follow-up, Your Honor?
Hang on, he's not done.
Do you have advanced degrees in science or anything like that?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry.
Okay. That would be a bachelor's degree. Would that be an advanced degree? What I'm asking is, do you have a master's degree or a PhD in any science?
No.
In fact, your MBA is in, well, you have an MBA, which is a Master's of Business Administration. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And I suppose that comes in handy as being the CEO. Does it come in handy being an expert in crime scene analysis or investigation?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I don't believe that there's enough information to qualify the witness as an expert. So the state would object.
All right. Mr. Sand, did you have something else you wanted to ask?
Yes. Agent Coons, how many criminal investigations were you part of during your 22-year tenure in the FBI?
I'm guessing 100 again.
Okay. No follow-up, Your Honor.
All right. The court will, over the objection of the state, accept Mr. Coons as a certified expert in criminal investigation, qualified and certified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Coons, I want to go over some kind of, I guess, housekeeping questions. How did you get involved with this case?
I was called by Dick Sand of your office.
Okay. And how are you getting paid in this case?
It was a flat rate, $10,000.
And have you met with us to discuss your testimony?
Yes.
Does any of that have any effect on your ability to tell the truth?
No.
As a follow-up, does every case that you take on result in you testifying in front of a jury?
It does not.
Tell me about that.
Sometimes my opinion on the matters that I review are not favorable for their client, and therefore I'm not called. However, it is valuable information for them. They tend to look to negotiate some sort of plea bargain at that point if I think that their client is guilty of something.
Now, speaking to this case, what is your process when you take on a case as an expert?
It varies depending on what kind of case it is and what's given to me. In this case specifically, I was giving a very large amount of documents, videos, audio recordings, pictures. As the detective testified, it was a lot.
How did you, where did you get the material?
I was given access to a Dropbox file.
From who?
from your office,
And to the best of your knowledge, where did we get it from?
from the prosecution.
And Sergeant Asham had testified that she did not review the entire file of you.
I did.
Okay. Can you tell me how voluminous the file is?
I would say it's between 6,000 and 7,000 pages of documents, hundreds of hours of audio and video recordings, hundreds of pictures. Oh, let me take that back. About 100 pictures, crime scene and otherwise. Now, when I say I reviewed it, I at least looked at every document. Some of it I would deem unimportant, and it would get kind of squirreled away. I might pull it back out later if I ran into some reason to pull it back out. But there were a lot of interviews done, a lot of false leads that were tracked down that didn't go anywhere. And, I didn't spend a lot of time on that because there's so much. You had to kind of prioritize what was important.
When did you begin your investigation into the file?
It was June of 2023.
So you've had almost 2 years here.
Correct. I did the bulk of the work in a 3-4 month period when I first got it, and it kind of went on the back burner for a long time. And then a few months ago, when this appeared to be headed for trial, got it back out, refreshed my memory.
Now, you prepared a report in this case?
I did.
What was your process in preparing that report?
So I had to go through all that material. There was also all the Cold Justice show material. Looked at all of that, and I started with the probable cause affidavit, looking at the broad strokes of what the government says results in this person being charged with the crime. And some of the elements there, I would then try to identify in the volumes of documents that I went through there. It also wasn't very organized. So, there were PDF files that weren't titled, so you had to open up every single thing to see what it was, and there were multiple things in each of those files that weren't necessarily related. So it was quite an effort.
And in your review of the case, were there suspects either identified by law enforcement or that you would identify as persons of interest or suspects on your review of the case?
Yes, as I went through, I noticed that there were several main people of interest and or suspects, however you want to call it. Several of them stood out to me as well. And then watching the Cold Justice material, they had, I believe, four suspects that they identified as worthy of a look. But I thought they had left out one.
Okay, can you tell me who the 4 suspects Cold Justice had, and then the person that you thought they left out?
So they had Nichole Rice, then Thomas, Tyler Schmaltz, Marty Arnell, Marty Arnell, and Michael Van were the 4 visited on the show. It jumped right out to me that they left out Devin Hall.
And I think just for flow, so people can follow, it makes sense to work through those suspects. Some things might come up, but I'll try to stay on track here. You mentioned the first suspect, Nichole, who's sitting to my right here. After reviewing the file, what did you learn about Nichole's involvement in this?
So as I said, the first thing I read was the probable cause affidavit, and one of the big elements of this was that the prosecution believed that whoever committed this act had to have a key, and that was a point that I disagree with.
Why is that?
I don't think they had to have a key because we don't know for sure that the door was locked when whoever got there came in. They could have encountered an unlocked door, entered, locked it behind them, done their act, and then exited through the window. Or they could have come in through the window and back out of the window. Despite this reenactment thing, it can be done. Locks can be picked. That's a cheap lock that can get purchased at any hardware store, and there's multiple videos online of people picking them in seconds. Whether or not a key can be reproduced, we heard testimony of that. You know, there were not self-service kiosks back in those days, but you could go to a hardware store and get a key reproduced if you took it to someone to do it for you. And Laura Knapp's testimony, well, I didn't see her testimony. I was not in here at that point, but in the materials that I reviewed, it wasn't clear that they knew that the door was even locked when she came. She put her key in it and turned it, but the handle is not integrated with the lock. So I'm not even sure if it was locked. I think it probably was when they got there, but I can't be sure.
So is it your testimony that we can't be certain if somebody did enter through the door, but if they did enter through the door, it could have been anybody?
Correct.
What did you learn as far as, there's been a lot of talk. You sat here through Sergeant Asham's testimony. There's been a lot of talk about the timeline of the weekend that Anita was killed.
Yes.
What is your understanding about Nichole's timeline during that weekend?
So reviewing all this material, it sticks out to me, and there are inconsistencies in the statement. I will grant that. To me, they're not relevant or pertinent. So the common theme is she went home on Friday, I believe that's the 1st of June after work, packed her bags for a weekend home in Velva at her parents' farm. And she thinks that Anita was home at that time, but wasn't sure, thought she was in her room with the door locked. I believe there was music heard, maybe voices heard. Spent the night at the apartment in Minot. Went to the parents' farm in Velva, met up with them to then go to a family function in, I've heard it called Sykeston, and I've also heard Carrington. I think they may be neighboring towns. I've heard it interchangeably, so I'm not sure which is accurate. But went to this family event, which was a going away party for a cousin who was leaving for Iraq. Was there for a time, left with cousin Alyssa, and then traveled to, I believe they went first to Alyssa's home. They may have run back to the house in Velva to pick up some cheese dip that Nichole liked, and then went back to Alyssa's home to watch a movie. There are variations of that account. There's one account where she leaves out that part and just went home. Nowhere in there did I see that she traveled back to her apartment in Minot.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony from Sergeant Asham about inconsistencies of in Nichole's interviews.
Yes.
Are you aware of that? What are your thoughts about those inconsistencies?
You know, I saw them too. We also talked about how, this happened in 2007. She's been interviewed multiple times, I think at least 4 times, over 17, 18-year period now. And the story has changed a little bit. Again, I don't see anything that jumps out to me as like, oh my God, we got her. It's small details. It's like, we went from the house in Velva to the family function, and then, okay, in this first version, we left out the bar. But why is that significant? She still isn't back in Minot where she would have had access to Anita.
Is it fair to say that it's a common explanation of a college kid that goes home for the weekend and hangs around their hometown?
Right. I know when I was in college, I'd say I'm going home for the weekend. That doesn't mean I'm going to be literally at my parents' home where I was brought up that entire week. That means I'm going to my hometown. I might meet up with friends. I might meet up with other family. It just means I'm going back to where I was raised.
Now, during the course of your reviewing of the case file, did you have a chance to look at any of the interviews of Brenda or Mark Glynn's?
I did.
Okay. What can you tell me of what you learned from those?
I learned from those in the very first interview. She gave an account of
she being who? I'm sorry.
Brenda Glynn's gave an account of Nichole stating to her on a road trip from Arizona, I believe, or New Mexico, that she had gone back to Minot at some point over the weekend to get clothes. There was a second interview of her, I think the time the cold justice people were in town, where she is not sure of herself on that point. And they, listening to the audio, they say, it's right here in the report. And she's like, well, I guess if I said it, it must have been true. But it doesn't sound like she's confident on that at all. There's a third interview where a private investigator, not myself, interviewed her and to try to clarify this point. At that point, she's clear that when Nichole went home to get her clothes, that was Friday after work, before she went to the parents' farm. And then that was the last I knew before we got here.
I believe you testified earlier regarding the timeline about Friday. You just mentioned that you got her clothes on Friday. And correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that she went to the family farm on Friday or
Nope.
on
No,
Saturday?
she went
Okay.
to her, and see, and this is a part of the problem, I think. When the interviews talk to Nichole, they use the word home, and I've done it. I'm guilty of it here right now. Sometimes it's not clear. Are you talking about home, your apartment in Minot, or home, your parents' farm where you grew up? I think sometimes that makes people confused on both sides when they're talking. And so on Friday after work, she went to her apartment in Minot, got her clothes. The next morning, Saturday morning, she left, went to her parents' farm in Velva.
Now, we established that you were in the courtroom during Sergeant Asham's testimony. Do you remember her talking about the alleged admissions that Nichole made to people like William May and Ms. I'm not sure what her name is now, but
I do.
Christine Imhoff, formerly.
Right.
Can you tell me a little bit about your review of the case file, review of those alleged admissions, and, as an expert witness, what you think of those?
I reviewed all the same things, and I scoured and scoured looking for more to this. And what sticks out to me is there's very little context leading up to when this alleged confession was made. We know that there was this drunken party, and that Nichole has been reported as being belligerently drunk. Now, was she the only one that was that drunk? I don't know. How drunk was everybody else? How drunk were the people that allegedly heard this confession? So the story was that, and this is according to May, she was being asked about the murder and hassled about it, and at some point she just said, "I did it," and that was the end of it. And so it doesn't make sense for me. So was there no logical follow-up conversation to that? Was there, I would think you would continue to get questions about, really, why did you do it? And a lot of this. And then I also looked for where was this ever reported to law enforcement, and I never found it anywhere in all those materials.
As a 22-year FBI veteran and now an expert witness, what type of weight of credibility do you give to belligerently drunk statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your objection is?
Credibility would be the province of the jury.
Your Honor, he's been certified as an expert in criminal investigations. I'm sure he's dealt with intoxicated suspects before and intoxicated witnesses.
He has been certified as an expert with regard to. So I will sustain the objection. I would prefer if you reworded your question more specifically.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. During your review of the case file, how much weight do you give to those statements that we just discussed?
Not very much, but I don't discount them completely.
Okay, why is that?
Again, there's lack of context prior to and after. The statement in and of itself does not make sense to me. This is a person that has been through multiple law enforcement interrogations over this matter and has held her ground firmly. it does not make sense to me that at a party of people that she doesn't seem to know that well, is going to actually confess. I don't know anything about the tone of the comment. It could have been sarcastic if it was made. And I don't, all the people there, I'm assuming, are drunk, and I don't know that, but their recollections of this could be off or skewed. It's just not something I would hang my hat on.
Now, in review of the case file, did you notice any type of interrogation techniques that law enforcement used with Ms. Rice?
Yes, in one of the interviews, I believe in 2022, with the cold justice people, one of the investigators was using a Reed style technique. Reed is a school of thought on asking specific questions that elicit a type of response. It helps the interrogator determine if they're on the right track, if they're getting indications of deception or not.
What'd you learn in this case?
So, for example, in this case, I believe she was asked if she thought it could have been an accident. So that's a Reed technique. And a guilty person might latch on to that. Now, it's not foolproof. You can't say just because they answered this question in this way that they didn't do it or they did do it, but it helps you along the way. So a person who may not have done this would give you a soft answer like, oh yeah, it could have been an accident. Maybe they were holding a knife and tripped and fall. I'm making up an example, but that's an answer you might get from somebody that would tell me as an investigator, I need to dig in here. That's not what I want to hear. Well, it is what you want to hear if you think the person did it. But also, there's a question asked, what do you think should happen to somebody that did something like this, meaning commit the murder? Now, a guilty person is going to give a soft answer, like, well, people make mistakes. People should get second chances. They should get some sort of punishment, but something like that, kind of wishy-washy. Someone who has possibly not committed the act would give you a more definitive, they should rot in jail. And that's exactly what Nichole said.
Nichole said what?
They should rot in jail.
So what did you take from that answer?
To me, that's an indication that she did not commit the act.
Now, based on everything that we went over, Nichole, and your training and experience as an FBI agent, what's your expert opinion regarding the allegations about Nichole in this case?
Although it's not impossible, I don't think it's likely that she's responsible.
The next suspect that you had listed off was a man named Tyler Schmaltz.
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Mr. Schmaltz in your investigation in this case?
Similar to what the detective testified to, Tyler was a high school friend of Anita's. They went to prom together. I would add that I read that they went to prom together as friends. So he was interested in her romantically. The feelings were not mutual. My understanding is she kept him in the friend zone, the dreaded friend zone. And others described him as having an obsession with her. And there wasn't a lot of details as to why they felt he was obsessive over her. And one thing that my understanding was that he moved into that apartment complex after Nichole. So I could be wrong on that, but that was my takeaway from it.
When you say after Nichole, do you mean after?
Or I'm sorry, yeah, after Nichole and Anita moved into that same complex.
After reviewing the case file, is it your understanding that Tyler Schmaltz and Anita did go to junior prom or some type of prom together?
I don't know which prom it was, but a prom, yes.
And there was some testimony by Sergeant Asham regarding a disturbing drawing that Mr. Schmaltz had drawn in either to grade school or middle school. Can you speak to that?
Yes,
Your
I-
knowledge of that after reviewing the case file?
Yes, I read the same reports. It was 6th grade, so however old a person is that, what, about 10 years old? My kids are very much older. I don't remember how old they were in 6th grade.
Sure.
But anyway, it was 6th grade. Megan, I believe her last name was Zeitz, was a new girl to the school. Tyler became obsessive towards her. Again, the feelings weren't mutual. And at some point in band class, a teacher confiscated a drawing that he had made, which was a depiction of him stabbing her in the breast and vagina.
What did you take from that?
It's disturbing. This person could have some deep-seated issues, and it's certainly something that would have been a red flag for me if I were investigating this.
During the course of your investigation of this case, is that the only type of disturbing thing that you found regarding Mr. Smalls?
No. So it piqued my curiosity. So this is really the only additional research I did myself. I found him on social media, scrolled through his posts at the time, and I found some references to the Jason, the Friday the 13th movies, dancing around with a bloody knife. It's a video clip. It ends with the bloody knife stuck in the sand with the water washing up against it. There was also Christmas cookies in the shape of knives and decorated with red icing to look like bloody knives.
And you said that you found this during the course of your investigation. Is it fair to say that these were posted online within the past 2 years?
To
To the best of, I'll rephrase, Your Honor, I apologize. To the best of your knowledge, when were these posted online?
after the murder. I don't remember the date.
You find it odd for somebody who had been a suspect on a television show in a stabbing murder to post stuff like that on social media?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor. There's no foundation for any testimony regarding someone being on a TV show.
Sustained. There's no connection, Mr. Sands.
No, that's fine. But you had mentioned that you had seen the Cold Justice Program, correct?
I have.
And in the Cold Justice Program, Tyler Smalls was listed as one of their suspects, correct?
Yes. There was another oddity in that during his interview, which was
Objection, Your Honor. There's no question currently before the witness.
Sustained.
What did you learn about Cold Justice's investigation into Tyler Smalls after watching the show?
so there's the TV show, what made it actually on, and then in our discovery, there's also the other stuff that was cut. So in his interview that I watched, they at the end they asked him, Tyler, would you do something like this? And he said, no, not me, not to her anyway. On the TV show, it cuts it off to the part about the not to her anyway. To me, as an investigator, that's another red flag. I'm going to follow up on that. Like, well, so what do you mean by that? Who would you do it to? It's just an odd statement to me.
In your review of the case file, was there a follow-up?
No.
You mentioned Cold Justice. Based on your review of the case, how long did their investigation while they were physically in Minot, North Dakota last?
I would say 10 days to 2 weeks.
And who were the people from Cold Justice that were involved in that investigation?
I'm sure there were cameramen and people like that, but the two main ones were Kelly Sigler and Steve Spingola.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Kelly Sigler?
I learned that on at least two occasions, she was accused of and found to have committed prosecutorial misconduct.
What's prosecutorial misconduct?
Objection
to the
as
best
to
of your
relevance, Your
knowledge?
Honor.
She's an investigator in the case, Your Honor.
She was not
She's
involved
not an investigator in this case, Mr. Sands.
She aided Sergeant Asham. Sergeant Asham testified that Cold Justice aided her investigation.
They might have aided her in the investigation, but they weren't part of this investigation as far as I know.
Your Honor, Ms. Sigler is listed in, she asks questions in interviews of suspects. with Sergeant Asham.
Okay, so your position here is that you're going to the credibility of Ms. Siegler based upon her being charged with something. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Your Honor,
I think your objection was what?
relevance. And the other issue here is that I was just reading the finding. It's a several-year-old case. State v. Hillsman, an individual not called as a witness. The trial court did not abuse its discretion by precluding defense counsel from attempting to impeach through use of extrinsic evidence credibility of an individual who is not a witness for either state or defense. So unless they're planning on calling this person as a witness, we didn't call this person as a witness. There's no basis for this, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Sand?
Your Honor, I'd be happy to lay a little more foundation by refreshing the witness's recollection regarding Ms. Siegler's involvement in this case.
All right, you may.
Your Honor, there's been nothing showing that the witness needs their recollection refreshed.
Not recollection refreshed. I thought he was going to give more foundation.
Opposing counsel just said that he was going to refresh the recollection.
To lay foundation, Your Honor. I'm going to lay foundation. I'm going to ask to approach the
I'm
witness.
clear on this. I know who Ms. Siegler is based upon testimony that's been given in this case. At this point, you're going to attempt to impeach her credibility as someone who works for cold justice. Is that my understanding?
Well, and somebody that aided in the investigation in this case that I will refresh Mr. Coons' recollection. She took part in interviews of witnesses along with Sergeant Asham. She asked questions to witnesses during the investigation. She was an active investigator in this case, Your Honor. Not just a TV personality.
I will overrule your objection, Mr. Nelson. He can follow up with his questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Doug, you had already stated that during your case review, you had looked at the interviews of Brenda and Mark Glenn's, correct?
Correct.
Do you have those memorized?
No.
If I approached you and to refresh your recollection with a copy of those, would that help?
It would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I have to object. There's no question that is put forward that he needs to have refreshed at this point.
Mr. Sand?
I asked if he had memorized the entire transcript, Your Honor.
And this is the transcript of whom?
This is a transcript of Brenda and Mark Glenn's. I did ask that question. I asked if he reviewed Brenda and Mark Glenn's transcript. He said he had. I said, do you remember the entire transcript? He said he did not. I said, if there's parts of the transcript that you do not remember, and I approached you to review it, would it help refresh your recollection? He said yes.
Okay, but again, maybe I missed something here in the transition, but I thought we were talking about Ms. Siegler, or Kelly Siegler.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to lay some foundation from here before I approach.
All right, you may do that.
Now, Agent Counts, you had stated that you did review the interview of Brenda and Mark Glenn's.
Yes.
Do you know who all took part in that interview?
I do not.
Okay. If I approached you and showed you a copy of the interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
It would.
Your Honor, I have to object because the witness has not testified that he knew that at some point. That's what refreshing recollection requires.
Overruled. He can't ask that question. He's refreshing his memory as to who did that interview with the Glynns, as it were, Brenda and Mark Glynns. So you may do that, Mr. Sand.
Am I getting picked up? Agent Counts, I put in front of you a copy of that interview. You just take a look at the parties involved at the top.
Yes, it's Brenda and Mark Glenn.
Your Honor, I have to object. He's reading from it.
I know.
Yes.
Can you read it to yourself?
Thank you.
Yes, I can read it.
Okay. And then, can you hand it back to me?
Yes.
that refresh your recollection as to who the participants in the Brenda Glenn's and Mark Glenn's recorded interview were?
Yes.
Can you tell me who that was?
Brenda and Mark Glenn's, Carmen Asham, and Kelly. I don't believe it has her last name there, but Kelly Sigler from Cold Justice.
And in that interview, Kelly Siegler, along with Sergeant Asham, are asking Brenda and Mark Glenn's questions regarding this case, correct?
They are.
Would you, in your expert opinion and in your 22 years as an FBI agent, say that Ms. Siegler was actively involved in the investigation?
Absolutely. And there are many other examples of her asking other people questions.
Your Honor, that being stated, I would like to continue my questions regarding the background of Ms. Siegler.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Over the objection.
I can't remember my first question, so we're going to go back. You had stated that Cold Justice was involved and that Kelly Siegler was one of the investigators that helped out with the Minot Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And what did you learn about Kelly Siegler?
I learned that in the past she had been accused of and found to have conducted prosecutorial misconduct in a couple of trials when she was the prosecutor in a county in Texas.
And what year did that occur?
One of them was 2015, and I believe the other one was 2002.
When did Ms. Siegler help out with this investigation?
2022.
Anything else you learned about Ms. Siegler?
She has also been sued at least 2 times for defamation, for...
Your Honor, I'm going to make the same objection. This is
I'll
not
withdraw that
relevant.
question, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We can move on. But one last question about the Glenn's interview. It was Sergeant Asham and Kelly Siegler that were asking Brenda Glenn's questions, correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Coons. Next on your list of the suspects that you rattled off was a man named Michael Van. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Michael Van during your review of this case?
Michael Van was either seeing or wanted to be seeing Anita. They had some sort of a relationship. I'm not sure if it was very deep at the time.
Okay. Did they have a texting relationship?
They did. Michael Van was the last person Anita texted with, to our knowledge, before she died.
Can you explain to the court what cell site is?
Cell site location information, CSLI is often called. That is obtained from telephone company providers, and it can give you back in 2007, it could give you the rough location of where a cell phone was at a given time.
Was that used in this case?
It was.
How many times?
Once that I found.
With who?
His name was Gio Rodriguez.
Was it used with Mr. Van?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't find any other CSLI on any of the other subjects. So that was a big question for me, is if you could get it for Gio Rodriguez, who was only ever a minor suspect or person of interest, why wouldn't you have obtained it for all of the subjects? That would totally clear up where Ms. Rice was on the time in question, if they had it.
I don't want to ask the same question twice, but can you go a little more in depth as to how cell site works? Is there some form of triangulation process?
Yes, and I'm not an electronics person, but I know enough about it as a user. I used it many times in my career as an FBI agent. So we've all got our cell phones with us almost constantly these days. And even if you don't, you're typically hitting off more than one cell tower. So this tower is hitting off of you from this direction. This tower is hitting on you from this direction. Now, it will ultimately connect to the one that has the strongest signal to, but it will place you at that intersection. So back in the day, it'd put you, if you were looking for somebody, it'd give you maybe a city block. Nowadays, it puts you within feet.
And this was used in the investigation of this Gio Rodriguez?
It was.
And we were talking about the text messages between Michael Vann and Anita. Was it used during that?
No.
And there had been some testimony from Sergeant Asham regarding text messages between Anita and my client, Nichole.
Yes.
Was it used in that investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't see it.
Cell site wasn't used to triangulate or to, within a city block, determine where Ms. Rice was in this case?
Correct.
And she was texting that weekend?
Correct.
Okay. That being said, as far as Michael Vann as a suspect, what's your expert opinion on Mr. Vann?
You can't rule him out. In my opinion, he's not a very strong suspect.
I'm going to stop you there. I know it's not perfect, but this is where we're going to stop for the day. Time is 37 minutes after 4. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning. 8:30 work for you, Ms. Sorgan? That's fine, Your Honor. Mr. Sand?
8:30? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow at 8:30, so please be here at 10 minutes before that if you can. Have to worry about finding you. I will once again give you my... Before we recess for the day.
Your Honor, now that Mr. Coons has begun testifying, I expect that I can expect from the defense the basis for the testimony regarding looking at Rule 705 for the facts and data that was relied upon.
Was that not part of his report?
Well, Your Honor, that as we discussed at that hearing on the 12th, that was believed,
Yes.
not everything was disclosed to the state. And now that the testimony has begun, it's time to hand it over.
Mr. Sand, one of you?
Yes, Your Honor. Kind of switching gears here. So if I can look at, I did print out the rule in anticipation of this.
You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, it's Rule 707, Mr.
705, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yeah, Your Honor, it specifically says the expert may be required to disclose those facts and data on cross-examination. We haven't begun that.
Well, I'm requesting that the court require that, Your Honor.
Prior to cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if we may have a moment to pull the order from the court.
Sorry?
We're pulling up the order from the court, Your Honor. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you. looking at index 347, which is the order, in this case, says that we were in compliance with the rules of evidence 702, 703, or 705. So it doesn't specifically say when we need to disclose it, but we're in compliance with 705. We would request that Rule 705 is followed, which states that the expert may be required. I'm not saying that I'm going to waive any objection, but we haven't even gotten to the point where they can request it. May be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination.
Point out that I did cross-examine the witness briefly during when I voir dired the witness as well.
Yeah, that was not, that was voir dire, not pertinent testimony regarding his investigation.
It was the basis for him being an expert.
All right. Yeah, I don't have one here. Mr. Nelson, give me your rule book, please.
Sure. Here's what I have, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Away from the microphone, just for the record, I provided the court with the rule book and pointed to where 705 was.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I believe that's what I required of you.
It is, Your Honor, but I was away from the microphone, and Colette doesn't like it when we're away from the microphones.
Okay, once again, Mr. Nelson, I believe you are correct. However, I do believe you are premature. I realize I gave you some leeway with regard to voir dire, with the witness with regard to his expertise. However, I think under Rule 705 that cross-examination is required for that information. So I'm going to deny your request at this time. However, if we get to that point for cross-examination, then that information should be available. So does that make sense, Mr. Sand?
Available as far as the identification or the actual materials, Your Honor?
I think it requires the both. Let me make sure I'm clear on that again. The expert may be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination. So his facts and data that he used to come to his opinions, that's the point of this. Unless the court orders otherwise, an expert may state an opinion and give the reasons for it without first testifying to the underlying facts or data. The expert may be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination. So again, when he gives his opinions, he's entitled to give them based upon being an expert. He doesn't have to disclose what facts he bases his opinion on unless he's cross-examined to those opinions. And once he's done, then he's required to give them, either by way of testimony or by way of documentation.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the one thing that did come up that he testified outside of everything that the state already has was he identified that there was an interview done by a private investigator of Brenda Glintz. He identified that already on the record.
Correct.
So I'm not sure. He's identified it.
Well, again, the way it works, Mr. Sand, at least this is my understanding, being a novice in this occasion, is that when Mr. Nelson cross-examines him and he wants to go into his opinions, that at that point, when he asks him about those opinions again, he can ask him specifically the information what he used to come to his conclusions.
Sure.
And that has to be available. If it's already available, if it's information that he got from the state or from the documentation that he got from the state originally, that would be fine. If he got it from some other source, he will be required to disclose that. Now, that's my understanding.
My question, Your Honor, and I'm not trying to hide the ball, is disclose or produce?
Well, I believe it says disclose is the way I read it. Required to disclose, this is exactly what the wording is, those facts or data on cross-examination. So he has to disclose it, where he got it, what he based it on. So that's my understanding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And your expert will be prepared to do that tomorrow, I presume,
To discuss what he
if he's
reviewed?
asked those questions.
Yes, Your Honor. He discussed them today. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, is that clear?
As clear as it can be, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we break?
Nothing from the state.
No, sir, thank you.
All right, then again, it's 4:47. We'll be in recess till tomorrow at 8:30.